Good Sunday morning to everybody. It's 11:22 a.m. Last night, in the middle of the night, U.S. struck Iran, trying to get more of their uranium and other stuff that was missing. It's very hard to find information on it still. I've got a couple of videos. I got a couple of things that are showing that. Also, Israel struck Syria. So I got some stuff on that. And then you've got your ICE stuff. You got your Texas stuff. You've got your Obama getting under attack from the DOJ. You've got your Epstein files. And of course, I start the day off with just your daily news, all the stuff from out the week. Today will just be it'll be a little mix of news from the whole week. And then can't decide if I want to do the gut field at the beginning or the end. I'll ask the chat what I should go to. I can't decide what to do after the news, but I'm sure I'll figure it out. Give me some coffee and stuff, and I'll be good to go. So that being said, I hope everybody's has a blessed what's today? Sunday, and let's get this bad boy started. Yeah.
Scamnesty returns. That's the focus of tonight's angle. As predictable as mosquito bites in summer, the pro-amnesty lobby is banging the drums again. And this time the effort is led by one of the most unappealing figures in the House GOP.
Human dignity is one of the 7 pillars of American conservatism. For that reason, Mr. President, the eye of history is upon us. Some of the most shameful moments in our past as a country relates to how we have treated immigrants who are not criminals. And we are in one of those moments. If we get this wrong, future generations will pay the price in shame.
If you get this wrong, you have no dignity. So insulting. Now, she was joined by these House Republican members, Mike Lawler, David Valadao, Dan Newhouse, Mike Kelly, Brian Fitzpatrick, Gabe Evans, Marlon Stutzman, Don Bacon, he's retiring, and Young Kim.
Billy.
And on the other side, a gaggle of radicals in the Democrat Party. Now, I got a clue for you, and this is to the GOP. If you're on the same side of an issue as the open borders fanatic Congressman Salud Carbajal, you know, that guy who fed info about an ICE staffer to a wild mob? Well, you probably need to rethink your alliances. Now, at one point, Maria Salazar unwittingly refuted her own kind of underlying point that millions of illegals deserve a pathway to legal status because they're already integrated into American life. Otherwise, who do you think she's talking to here?
Pero todavía dentro de este país tenemos millones y millones de personas que por años han trabajado en la construcción, en los hoteles, en los campos, en la lechería, en la pesca, en los mataderos. Serán indocumentados, pero no son delincuentes. Son seres humanos que son invisibles para muchos estadounidenses que no lo conocen, pero sin ellos en los campos no vamos a tener comida al final de esta semana.
Where were these calls for dignity, and for compassion when millions of American workers were displaced by cheap foreign labor or had their jobs offshored? Now, the idea, by the way, that Americans can't or don't work in one of these sectors is one of the most insidious and insulting lies the amnesty fanatics love to sell. In my family, 1970s, our jobs were critical to help paying bills and giving us experience. My mom was a waitress for 25 plus years. My brother picked tobacco. We delivered papers. Other brothers were busboys. We did neighbors' lawns. We worked in fast food. We helped with neighbors' childcare and picked blueberries. So dignity, Senora Salazar, is what American workers used to have who supported their families by building houses, working in convalescent homes, restaurants, running family landscaping businesses, and the list goes on. But let's face it, the Chamber of Commerce Republicans love turning the tables on our workers in these industries to drive down wages in a marketplace distorted by desperate illegal aliens. It's sickening. So does Salazar's gang of 20 Do they not remember the ghost of amnesty's past?
What I've just described is not amnesty. It is a way for those who have broken the law to pay their debt to society and demonstrate the character that makes a good citizen.
Call it amnesty. Call it a banana if you want to. But the fact is that it is earned citizenship.
If you're here illegally, not knowing if the next knock on the door is somebody coming to take you and your family away.
We came up with a bill. Doesn't have everything in it I wanted. Doesn't have everything in it my Democratic colleagues wanted.
And what happened in every single case? The Bush amnesty effort failed. The DACA amnesty failed. Rubio, the Gang of Eight bill, well, that failed. He ultimately walked away from it. The last effort, the Lankford bill, was so bad they didn't release its terms, until 48 hours before the vote. And it would have allowed up to 5,000 illegal aliens into the country every day. And then some illegals would be given automatic work permits, at least the ones that were asylum seekers, and that's most of them. It was a magnet for more illegal immigration. Voters, people saw right through it. The immigration bill went down in flames after the voters rose up in each occasion. They flooded the phone lines. They emailed. And you know what they really said? Don't even think about it. They're also saying, we don't trust you. We don't believe in any of your pro-amnesty arguments because we've heard them all before. They'll pay fines. We're going to verify they've been here for 5 years. We'll look at electric bills and see that they... Now, even if fines were paid and you know the exceptions will swallow the rule, it's still amnesty and it's still wrong. Millions have come here legally, proudly, and they've taken the oath of citizenship. And those are the types of people we want as our fellow citizens. But right now, Trump's border policies are working. Deportations are picking up, albeit they're nowhere near as fast as they should, but that's going to change. But it's not nothing. There's a lot of people gone. A lot of really bad people are on their way out. And the no exceptions approach sends a strong message to the cheap labor lobby and the cartels and to anyone thinking of coming here illegally. You'll never be right with the law if you come here and break the rules. We're shutting you down, so don't even try.
10 Republicans signed on to what she's calling the Dignity Act. I'm curious what the White House's position is on the legislation and if the president would veto this bill if it needed to discuss.
From my understanding, the White House nor the president has actually read through this legislation, but the president has made it very clear he will not support amnesty for illegal aliens in any way.
Trump supporting any type of amnesty would be the biggest betrayal to his movement and to the MAGA base, and he would never do it. I could not imagine it. He's too smart for that. His tough approach to immigration, sticking with what he started with, America First, is a big part of the reason he won. So any Republican, I mean any Republican who doesn't get on board should go into a different line of work. And that's the angle.
Late night talk shows used to be an oasis for American families to come together at the end of a day and enjoy a laugh with the rest of the country. David Letterman led The Late Show for over 20 years and revolutionized the industry.
We will be dropping strange and peculiar objects out of the 7th floor of the Ed Sullivan Theater building. Hal, do me a turn on the camera out there. There we go. The biscuits in place. There it is. On the snout. Ready? Here we go.
Wait.
Toss it. After decades of service in the late night war, Letterman retired, and Stephen Colbert was appointed as his heir. Despite Colbert making a name for himself as a partisan cable news comedian, the country was told he'd be a host for all Americans.
Obviously, the character he does on Comedy Central is going to be ending, but then he's going to bring Stephen Colbert to the table. And we have no question that this guy is so talented that, you know, the persona of Stephen Colbert is going to work so well in late night. It's going to be original, it's going to be smart, and it's going to be different than what anybody else has.
George Clooney and Jeb Bush were the guests of his first show. But things got a lot worse after Trump beat Hillary. Colbert caught a wicked case of TDS, and he never recovered. He went off the deep end during COVID.
The vaccine.
Oh, man, the ratings tanked. Letterman averaged nearly 3 million in his final year. And today, Colbert is only averaging a little over 2 a night. This show is seen by close to 4 million a night. Now, the left's favorite late-night mainstream mouthpiece has been let go after a decade of liberal lip service.
I want to let you know something that I found out just last night. Next year will be our last season. The network will be ending The Late Show in May. And yeah, I share your feelings. It's not just the end of our show, but it's the end of The Late Show on CBS. I'm not being replaced. This is all just going away.
But when Adam Schiff is a regular, you shouldn't be shocked when the bosses pull the plug.
So I just want to direct this, if this is the right camera, or maybe that's the right camera.
That's the right camera right there.
Donald, piss off.
After the show was done, Schiff came out swinging with a new hoax. Quote, just finished taping with Stephen Colbert, who announced his show was canceled. If Paramount and CBS ended The Late Show for political reasons, the public deserves to know and deserves better. Pocahontas is picking up on pencil neck smoke signals and is already offering to chair the first Senate powwow. Quote, CBS canceled Colbert's show just 3 days after Colbert called out CBS parent company Paramount for its $16 million settlement with Trump. A deal like that looks like bribery. America deserves to know if his show was canceled for political reasons. While D.C. Democrats try to impeach Trump a third time because their favorite comedian got canned, Colbert's friends in the media are dusting off the dictator hoax.
This is textbook authoritarian rule. This is not just a media story. It's a free speech funeral in slow motion.
It's not even like they're trying to hide the main purpose of it. This just makes it look completely connected with the 60 Minutes settlement.
I think people are right to think that there may be something going on here beyond purely financial calculations and that politics are part of it.
Paramount says this has nothing to do with politics and it's purely a financial decision. And for the first time ever, I believe CBS. Colbert's show has been bleeding the company dry. It loses $40 million a year. It somehow costs over $100 million to produce a single season. And Colbert's salary, $20 million a year. Even if he took a pay cut, it still wouldn't help.
Think back to 2023 when The Late Late Show with James Corden went off the air. I reported at the time that that show had become unprofitable, that CBS was not able to sell enough ads to make that show profitable. Well, that is now the case for Colbert as well. I'm told by a source close to the network that The Late Show with Stephen Colbert is now technically unprofitable. So that does give the company a financial reason to end the show.
And if your show's a subsidized liberal charity case on life support, is it smart to call half the country Nazis while they're in their pajamas?
One massive part of the conversation that's been completely omitted from this, and that is when you do a show that attacks half of America every night and you don't have conservatives on, and by the way, you're not funny, but attacking half of America and your ratings suck, you might lose your show.
But there's a lot of reasons why the Colbert ratings are not working out that have nothing to do with the political divide you're talking about.
But it's constant. He's having on Democrats to trash Trump. He has constantly been trashing conservatives. He referred to Donald Trump as a Nazi lover in 2017.
Liberal late night TV is unfunny and unprofitable. And celebrities can promote their movies and shows on other platforms. White, black, man, women, gay and straight. Everyone's getting 86 by the mainstream media. And it has nothing to do with identity politics. It's about money and ideology.
Let's be honest. I don't think you were fired after all those years because of your skin color or because you're a black woman. I think you were fired because your show just got increasingly unpopular. It happens all the time in TV. That's why you got let go. Why play the race card?
First of all, I love the fact that your play the race card is your version of the race card. You literally are so fixated on trying to racialize conversations with me, Piers, that I find it actually quite charming.
You racialize more conversations in your tenure at MSNBC than any host in history.
All right, Mark. All right, Piers.
TDS and no talent, that is a toxic combo. And a lot of highly paid people are finding out with pink slips. PBS, NPR, They became government-funded propaganda pieces, and now their government funding's going adios. Liberals say without our propaganda, though, we're all going to die.
This is the end of a publicly funded media era. Radio and TV stations will have to lay off staffers and cut back on programming.
This is completely outrageous. They rely on a series of public broadcasting to get alerts out.
People need immediate, up-to-date alerts to stay safe. And sometimes, all too often, public broadcasting is the only way for people to hear what's going on. It's a matter of life and death.
People used to trust the mainstream media, kind of, back when the media was a little more trustworthy. But Fox, talk radio, social media, they changed that. Now they trust us. The country was given a choice, and those choices have consequences. Being lectured by a drama queen isn't informative or entertaining. Here's a CBS reporter who claims he has PTSD after the Butler shooting, but not because he was almost shot. He thought the crowd was going to kill him.
For those of us there, it was such a horror because you saw an emerging America. And it wasn't the shooting, Chuck. I got diagnosed with PTSD within 48 hours. I got put on trauma leave, not because I think of the shooting, but because you saw it in the eyes, the reaction of the people. They were coming for us. If he didn't jump up with his fist, they were going to come kill us.
I know. Trump got shot in the head, and the reporter says he's the one who almost died. We are in a new era. It's called the Golden Age, and the legacy media is going the way of the dinosaurs, and Trump's happy to nudge him into extinction. Do you even need late night comedy with this kind of material in the White House?
We worked hard. It's a very important act, the Genius Act. They named it after me, and I want to thank you. This is not an auto pen, by the way.
All right, welcome to this very special Friday edition of Hannity. Now for the next hour, we're going to do something you will not see on any of the state-run legacy mob, any other network. We are now, as of Sunday, 6 months into the presidency of Donald Trump, his historic second term. So tonight, we're going to cut through all the manufactured drama. We will highlight exactly what this president has accomplished in this very short period of time. Coming up, we'll be joined by the Director of National Intelligence. Breaking news tonight, Tulsi Gabbard, Deputy Chief of Policy, Stephen Miller, and other special guests. Look, it's not a secret that I have been a longtime friend and supporter. We've been very transparent of President Trump. But even I am frankly amazed at what he has been able to do against all odds in such a very short period of time. What we're living through, you better take, really close notes, because you most likely will never see this again in your lifetime. The single most consequential, transformational presidency in our lifetime. And without a doubt, the underlying theme of the White House, promises made, right? Promises kept. Tonight, we begin at the border. President Trump made the vow many times on the campaign trail to all of you. Take a look.
Starting on day one, I will seal the border and stop the migrant invasion. We will carry out the largest deportation operation of criminals in American history.
Okay, check the list. He did it. He kept his promise. We went from the most illegal border crossings, unvetted, in history under Biden, Harris, Mayorkas, which, by the way, was the most preventable national security threat in history. The worst thing he ever did. We have known terrorists. We have assassination squads. We have murderers, rapists, other violent criminals, cartel members, gang members, and drug dealers. They let him into the country. And now, in 6 months later, we now have the lowest illegal border crossings in history under President Trump. Less than 6 months. There was 0 illegal immigrants released into the country last month. 0. And meanwhile, deportations, they are well underway, now fueled by a record amount of funding for ICE and border officials because of the One Big Beautiful Bill. And speaking of which, this was a monumental bill that many thought would never pass. But on the campaign trail, Donald Trump made this promise to all of you. Again, take a look as a reminder.
And we also have something that's basic, but wow, people said, you're really smart. Where the hell did you think of this one? No tax on tips. So if you're a waitress, a caddy, a driver, but maybe better, no tax on overtime.
He did it. He got it done despite a razor-thin majority in both the House and the Senate. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime. The single largest tax cut in American history, or we would have had the largest tax increase if Democrats had their way in American history. They didn't care about American workers. They didn't support the bill. They don't care about people paying taxes on tips and overtime. Also, tax relief for Americans that are on Social Security. And the president's 2017 income tax cuts for all Americans have now been made permanent. Every single American who pays taxes, you will all benefit from this bill. But remember, the president didn't just promise to lower taxes. He also vowed to tackle the insane ways that the federal government is spending, wasting, abusing your hard-earned money. Take a look.
I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now.
Doge is up and running, and their website claims the average American, that's all of you, taxpayer, is already saving over $1,100 a year, and cuts are still being made. For example, USAID was exposed as a multi-billion-dollar slush fund for left-wing causes all across the globe. Not even spent in this country. USAID, that has been shut down for good. Last week, there were big layoffs at the State Department. And breaking today, both NPR and PBS just finally lost their federal funding. We have been talking about defunding them for decades. Their free ride and their propaganda programming is over. Although I guess you can get it on 3 networks and 2 cable channels. Now, both far-left outlets can continue to spew woke, radical, far-left propaganda, but you won't be forced to pay for it with your hard-earned tax dollars. It is clear President Trump does not like seeing all of you getting ripped off, not by their own government. And we got to stop robbing from our children and our grandchildren. And by the way, he doesn't like when we get ripped off by foreign governments either. Take a look.
We were ripped off by every nation in the world, and some of the worst rippers were our so-called allies, people that countries that we supposedly get along with us with, but they're the ones that took advantage of us on trade.
Now, President Trump is using tariffs to negotiate new trade deals with virtually every country in the world. A handful of nations have already come to terms, and others are now incurring steep tariffs. By the way, it's their choice. The days of America, our country, all of you being ripped off, taken advantage of, they are over. Critics said this plan would result in massive inflation. They were all proven wrong. Not only did the tariffs help fund a $26 billion federal budget surplus in June, the first surplus in 20 years. Since 2005, inflation has gone way down as under President Trump. By the way, as promised, take a look.
We will defeat inflation quickly, and we will make America affordable again. We're getting your prices way down.
At one point, inflation, remember, over 9% under Biden. When he left office, the price of eggs was skyrocketing. Under Trump, those prices have come down. Inflation is almost non-existent. Over the 4th of July weekend, we saw the lowest gas prices we've ever seen since Donald Trump's first term. And that's not all. The stock market is now booming. Crypto is booming. Record job gains. The job market surpassing all expectations. Income is on the rise, just like his first term. Remember, record low unemployment for every demographic: African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, women in the workplace, African American youth unemployment. It's all happening again. And $11 trillion in committed monies for manufacturing. That means pharmaceuticals, that means semiconductor chips, and that means automobile manufacturing, all coming here on top of energy dominance and independence. That is the foundation for an incredible golden era for our economy. A remarkable first 6 months in office. And so far, we've barely scraped the surface. For example, the violent crime rate is going down. Murder rate
way down. Colleges capitulating, now blocking biological men from competing in women's sports. Now they're even apologizing for their actions. Donald Trump stopped Iran from building a nuclear weapon, #1 state sponsor of terrorism, preventing them from having that powerful weapon. And he did it without starting a forever war, as some predicted. The world is a much safer place. China finally getting tough on the fentanyl trade. And a trade deal with President Xi and the Chinese has been made. Rare earths, magnets, things that we need. And they'll get access to our markets, but they're still paying tariffs. A violent riot in Los Angeles, that was stopped right in its tracks with the help of the National Guard and the U.S. Marines. Department of Education, we've talked about getting rid of this for decades. Done, dismantled. And I can go on and on. All in a short period of 6 months. Just a little over a year ago, Donald Trump literally came within a millimeter of losing his life. A year ago, you had a president that was the mumbling, bumbling, cognitive mess. I don't think he knew what day it was. In only 6 months, the president has accomplished far more than under 4 years of President Autopen and Obama and others combined. Now, what we're seeing from President Trump is pretty much unheard of. You're watching history in the making after getting shot and sued and spied on and investigated and lied about and dragged through the New York court system, persecuted by the feds, smeared, attacked, besmirched. Trump has emerged as perhaps the greatest leader in modern American history. And simultaneously, the Democrats, they are collapsing into radical Marxist, communist extremism with next to zero moderate voices. If they do exist, they're too afraid to speak out. You're watching history. So buckle up, because the next 3.5 years will probably be just as busy. Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here to subscribe to Fox News YouTube page.
Violence, and he's distancing himself from his daddy.
Do you think Joe Biden was involved in some cover-up? Do you think Jake Tapper's telling the truth when he says that I was the acting chief of staff of the president? I was in that White House 12 days over the course of the last 2 years of the administration. Clearly, because I had other things going on. Okay? You ask one person to go on the record that would ever tell you that I was in any way making a single decision about anything in that White House. I stayed as far away as I possibly could, which, by the way, broke my heart.
It's so bad, even Hunter doesn't want to be associated with the Biden administration. The coup and the landslide shattered the structure of the party into a million pieces. And now it's up to Gavin and Tampon to save it from the commies. Black Rogan, Jamie Harrison, just launched a podcast and booked Tampon as his first guest. And the party's so broke, they couldn't afford 2 couches. So they had to share.
In Winnie the Pooh, you know, Democrats are a donkey, but we are sure as hell are Eeyore most of the time. It is a woe is me party, and everything is dark and dim. And the Republicans remind me of Tigger. Tigger will everything up. I mean, he will just mess it all up, but never take any ownership of it. Right? Still hopeful and joyful and bouncing around and messing other things up.
I never thought of that analogy, but it is pretty apt.
Who you calling a Tigger? Trump spent 6 months cleaning up your mess. Democrats are only woe is me because they're the party of women and they're out of power. Trump's bouncing around having a good time because he's pumping up American business. And even though Timmy and Jamie have never run a business, they want you to know they're not Marxists.
Donald Trump sells snake oil or whatever, but it's capturing this idea of wealth and being able to be successful, which we as Democrats, we want people to pay their fair share, but why are we against people being successful like that? We can't be. Why are we against? We should talk about businesses. Not all businesses exploit their workers, and we get ourselves stuck in that.
Oh, well,
and
Governor,
I think we lose that.
Not all businesses exploit their workers. Way to go, Tampon. The Chinese honeymoon's officially over. But the racism, that's still sticking. Tampon says one time a black guy told him not all black guys are criminals.
This is one that Wes Moore is really good at and talked to me about, talking about black men and what happened. And he said, you know, you get a lot of good-hearted politicians that'll come to black men in the community and talk about we restored felon voting rights. And he said, not knowing how insulting that is for these young men.
Tampon just found out not every black guy has a record. Waltz is learning things from all kinds of people. He just found out from his son that Trump's fun.
My son was able to vote as an 18-year-old, and I asked him about his take is, especially young white men, is he said, Dad, a lot of them aren't about the policies.
Mm-hmm.
They're about the thrill and the excitement, and Trump brings the circus type of thing.
Then it was time to throw Kamala under the bus. And we've never heard this before from him. He's always been a very loyal number two. Tampon called Kamala lazy. He called her a quitter.
Trump even gets the whole thing about, being part of a team. Give them the same hat, the same slogans and stuff like that. It's maddening to us. For a while there in August, I think we were giving them that place to go. You gave it to them in Chicago. You gave them something. And then we just kind of quit.
We did.
He didn't quit for 4 years.
Imitation is the greatest form of flattery. Democrats may hate Trump, but they love that he's the real deal. Quote, party leaders are swearing more, recording more direct-to-camera videos, and trying to project an authenticity many voters have come to associate with Trump. You can't act authentic. You either are or you aren't. Black Rogan was downright giddy to tell Tampon that the only rule was no rules.
It's family talk. It's street talk. There's no frills, no fancy words. Feel free to drop F-bombs or whatever you got to do whenever you got to do it.
Everybody wants to be like Trump. After 47 served fries at Mickey D's, Gavin's locking up the Hispanic vote, making tortillas. Remember when Trump posted a taco bowl on Cinco de Mayo? They called him racist. But what do they call Gavin? Sweating in the back of a Mexican restaurant. At least he learned his lesson. He's not serving caviar at the French Laundry. Meanwhile, no matter how hard the white guys try, the commies stealing their base and their property.
Would life be better if we just abolished private property?
I think it probably would be better. That's not what my platform is, that I'm saying to abolish it, but my platform is to decommodify it. The system has hundreds of thousands of people unhoused, right? For what? And if there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now.
Kami Mamdani says abolishing private property is a good idea. This is the guy Democrats are swooning over because he's so authentic. I guess he is authentic. He's saying the things the rest of the Democrats believe but are afraid to say. That's why they love him. So if I understand this correctly, Mamdani is a commie, but he's not running as a commie.
This guy is not a communist. He's not a socialist. He's an advocate for small c capitalism. And that, he really is fighting for the little business guy that's trying to eke out a living in New York. Half of all New Yorkers, get their jobs from small business.
More like small c communist. It is a red wave and not the good kind. First New York, now Minneapolis. Here's their next mayor.
It is a big spending bill. Like I said, it's $400 million, but to be honest, it's not an expense, it's an investment. It is relatively small compared to the scope of the issue of systemic racism. This country was founded on wealth extraction from the labor of Black people, and that legacy will just not fade by itself. It needs to be uprooted.
This is what the next 3 years is going to look like. Semi-straight white guys trying to win back the working man, while a young communist typhoon sweeps the base off its feet. Even CNN admits the Dems are cooked.
The bottom line is this: Democrats are behind their 2006 and 2018 paces when it comes to the generic congressional ballot. Look at where we are now. Democrats are ahead, but by just 2 points. Look at where Democrats were already ahead by in 2017. They were behind by 7 points. How about 2005 on the generic congressional ballot? Ahead by 7 points, ahead by 7 points. And now they're only ahead by 2 points.
Not only are the American people quitting the Democrats, Democrats, like Kamala, are quitting on the American people. Senator Spartacus and his crew are just walking off the job instead of doing it.
Why are you doing this? This is outrageous.
This is a kangaroo court. That's what we have here,
This
Mr.
is
Chairman.
wrong. To violate your own rules without going by the the mandates of the parliamentarian. This is unbelievable. There's a way to do this. If you want to force this through, if you want to ram this through, there's a way to do it in accordance to the rules as spelled out by the parliamentarian. It is simple. It is clear. There's a pathway to achieve what you're trying to achieve.
More bad news for the Democratic Party. Take a look.
Congressional Democrats have been trying to seize on this. You hear them also parroting what you're hearing online, saying, release the files, this is terrible, blah, blah, blah. I mean, is that working for them?
No, I mean, look, here's what's so important. You know, we talk about the potential of Republicans leaving Donald Trump. They're not leaving him. But what about congressional Democrats and problems with their own base? Democrats' net approval of congressional Democrats, according to Quinnipiac University, in June of 2025, it was their second worst ever at minus 12 points. It's not low enough for you? How about we go even lower? In July of 2025, minus 13 points, their worst net approval rating for congressional Democrats among Democrats ever. Donald Trump is not the one who has problems with his political base. It is congressional Democrats are the ones who have problems with their own political base.
And then, by the way, they go on to point out Donald Trump, well, his numbers went up from last month. Now, the left's latest smear is not working. At the same time, Democrats now have their worst approval rating in history. Look at this. It's even worse in a brand new Quinnipiac poll where congressional Democrats now have a record low 19% approval rating. But Democrats, if you are watching tonight, let not your heart be troubled, because your party's so-called leaders, they have come up with a plan, a new plan. Since they can't beat Donald Trump, they're going to try and channel Donald Trump. According to a report, Washington Post, Democrats are now coordinating their public remarks to we'll pretend they're less scripted, with more cursing and, quote, Trumpier insults. I wonder if this came from the extensive amount of millions of dollars they spent on research on how to communicate properly with men. Hey, Joe, did you see the big game last night? Joe, want to go grab a brewski? Man, oh, I really like that girl. What do you think of her? Really? You have to, it's so inauthentic, lacking all authenticity. Anyway, Democrats are fake, phony. They're now scripting a plan to seem less scripted. Figure that out. Naturally, presidential wannabe Gavin Newsom, he's already testing the waters. He got the message early. Take a look.
It's a weakness masquerading as strength. That's what I don't like about this son of a. I don't. And forgive me, I know he's the president of the States. Forgive me, I didn't,
Yeah, forgive me, I came right out of the research. Now, the one thing they all know is they can't be themselves. Why? Because they're so out of touch with all of you, and they lack authenticity. So Trumpian insults is not the Democrats' biggest problem. Instead, it's the very authentic, very radical Marxist base that now is the bigger part of that party. That is the power structure of the Democratic Party. And Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, they're not going to dare take on Jasmine Crockett or AOC or the Squad or Mamdani and, turning off scores of insane American voters. Why would they do that? In fact, most Americans now detest communism for good reason. It is responsible for the death of millions and suffering of billions and more poverty than you can imagine. When Democrats nominate an actual communist Marxist to be the next mayor of America's biggest cities, voters across the entire country take note. And tonight, a newly unearthed video shows Marxist Mamdani advocating for the government to ban private property. Karl Marx would be proud. Take a look.
Would life be better if we just abolished private property and transformed our society into a more collective, egalitarian one?
I think it probably would be better. I mean, I think that, look, that's not what my platform is, that I'm saying to abolish it, but my platform is to decommodify it. My platform is that every single person should have housing. If there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now.
All right, this is now the third or fourth video where Mamdani is pushing for actual Soviet-style hammer and sickle Marxism, communism. So take note, comrades out there, when someone tells you who they are, believe them. Make no mistake, Mamdani's extremism, it knows no bounds. In fact, in the very same interview, Mamdani even questioned the purpose of prisons. What? Take a look.
Are prisons obsolete?
Whew, coming through with the quotes, coming through with the titles of the books. I have to read that, actually. I haven't read that as yet. But I think that, frankly, I mean, what purpose do they serve?
Right.
Right? I think we have to ask ourselves that, which is that, you know, I think a lot of people who defend the carceral state, they defend the idea of it and the way it makes them feel. They're not defending the reality of it and the practices that are part and parcel of it.
Now, what purpose could they actually serve? Maybe keeping violent offenders, murderers, rapists, other violent criminals away from peace-loving Americans so they have law and order and safety and security for themselves, their children. Just a thought. And now couple Mamdani's prison ban with his call to defund the police and send in the social workers to violent crime scenes. Sir, are you threatening to kill all these people? Is it because of something that might have happened in your childhood? I don't think that's going to work. And of course, he wants to seize private property, control New York's food supply, raise taxes, especially on people living in whiter neighborhoods, and somehow abolish billionaires. And let's not forget his rabid anti-Semitism. He cannot even simply reject the calls for global intifada. Mamdani is scary for not only New York, but for the country. But it is also the state of the modern extreme, radicalized Democratic Socialist Party. And, you know, nowhere do the lights shine any brighter than the media capital of the world. But instead of speaking out against this kind of extremism, no. Democrats are either cowering in fear or they're lavishing praise on their new favorite Marxist communists. Take a look.
I will endorse him. Look, he's a very charismatic, relatable person.
I think he's a very personable, smart young man.
He's not a socialist. He's an advocate for small c capitalism.
He is so smart, so authentic. Anybody that's staying out at this point instead of endorsing this incredible dynamic leader is missing an opportunity.
Here's a crazy thought. You think it's impossible? Think Mamdani might run for president in 28? No. Don't rule it out. It gets even more nauseating. Apparently, Maryland Senator, remember Chris Von Hollen? He was the biggest fan of Abrego Garcia. He has a thing for bad people. Anyway, first he was pictured with a margarita staring deeply into the eyes of an accused human trafficker, gang member, illegal immigrant. And now here he is with that same loving gaze peering into the eyes of a radical Marxist who wants to seize your house, tax you to death, and put you in a beautiful commune. But this is the state of the modern Democratic Party. They want to totally dismantle the United States of America as we know it. They think capitalism is evil. They do not believe in meritocracy. They don't believe in hard work, and they want to rule our country with an iron fist and a sickle and a hammer with woke social workers, not police. And for anyone who seems to think it might be a good idea, I do encourage you to speak with someone who maybe immigrated from Castro's Cuba or the former Soviet Union or North Korea or any other communist hellhole where things are so miserable that people will get on broken down, dilapidated, rickety boats in shark-infested waters and try and navigate to their way to freedom to escape life under communism.
I know. That's right. That's right. Just one more hour till Trace Gallagher. Happy Thursday, everyone. So Kristi Noem hinted that people will now be able to bring more than 3.4 ounces of liquid on flights. But one woman is hoping that they up that to a half gallon. Let's do it. I'm with you, baby. Andrew Cuomo is being blasted for a new campaign ad where he helps jumpstart a man's car, which is odd considering he usually only stops to check out women's headlights. Yeah. Hunter Biden said he tried to stay out of his dad's administration. It's true. He claimed he was just living at the White House because he wanted to bang Jill. The New York Times editorial claims defunding NPR and PBS is like defunding the police. It's true. Think of all the times you've been violently assaulted and thought, man, if only the cast of Downton Abbey were here. Trump's tariffs brought in $64 billion in the second quarter. Even Biden officials were impressed, saying, think of how many drag shows in Africa that could pay for. A New York man who filmed up to 13,000 people in a hospital bathroom won't get jail time. But thanks to all that experience filming hours of crap, he's been named head of programming at CNN. Worked on that one. All right. I apologize for this next joke. On Wednesday, a speeding truck spilled over 20,000 rotten eggs in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Why was he in such a hurry? Well, he didn't want to be the last one there. All right. I'm not explaining it because I'm ashamed of it. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. The Steve Miller Band has canceled all of its tour dates because of global warming.
Oh, God.
Yeah, organizers admit it's a waste of fuel to go from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA. Nice. And finally, according to a new study, magic mushrooms can extend the lifespan of rodents. Yeah. Well, I guess Richard Gere's gerbil gets to go on 2 trips. Yeah, he gets to go on 2 trips now. Not just 1, but 2 trips. All right. So Joe Biden's longtime aide was called to testify on Joe's decline. Well, I hope someone asked him if President Joe Biden was fit to exercise the duties of the president.
Was President Joe Biden fit to exercise the duties of the president?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Gotta say, it's good to see that fella found work since they canceled Portlandia. But that was Jill Biden's so-called work husband, which is like being her regular husband, except with more solid food and less diarrhea. Anthony Brunel was Jill's chief of staff and an assistant to Joe Biden, which is pretty amazing, given that having just one of those jobs would have you skydiving without a parachute. But according to Jake Tapper's book, he had another job, running the country. He was part of a tight-knit inner circle they called the Politburo, who acted as Joe's ultimate decision makers. And according to his old staff, he was no Mr. Rogers, with one former aide calling him the worst person they ever met. Well, I guess he's never met this guy. But this fella is not just some loyal no-name. He's a main player. And he's the second Biden administration member to plead the fifth after his old doc refused to answer questions last week. I haven't seen this many people go quiet since Brit Hume asked Special Report if they wanted to see his tramp stamp. So obviously they're hiding something. Like, why would Joe never take any interviews? Who was behind the last-minute pardons? Who made the terrible decisions, the kind that turned a career moderate into a Bolshevik? And why was his schedule emptier than a swimming pool near a burrito truck? Meanwhile, Hunter has his own beef, saying the Dems only lost because lost to Trump because they weren't loyal to his father, the leader of the party. Yeah, that's the reason, champ. So you don't think the border had anything to do with it, or the sky-high inflation? How about the economy propped up by fake statistics and government jobs? Or the fact that Joe turned into a Volvo crash dummy every time he encountered a staircase? Appearing on the former DNC chair's podcast, think Joe Rogan for people who've been spayed or neutered. Hunter painted Joe's 24 bid in a positive light. that his father had the advantage of incumbency and an incredibly successful administration. Yeah. Sorry, dude. Calling Biden's White House an incredibly successful administration is like calling liquid plumber an incredibly successful laxative. It's not. I learned the hard way. Hunter also called BS on Tapper's claim that he acted as his dad's chief of staff, saying that when it came to the White House, he stayed as far away as he possibly could. But we know better. The only time Hunter stays away is if Maury Povich tells him he's the dad. Thank you. Fact is, Joe was never in charge. That's the real story, and it's one so shameful the media covered it up like black spray paint on Jesse's bald spot. So how do we get these answers? How do we give the most consequential political scandal of our time the justice that it deserves? House Republicans have an idea. Ask Joe and Jill. The GOP isn't ruling out calling on the former first couple to testify. Florida Congressman Byron Donald said he wants to subpoena every member of the Biden administration about the cover-up. He claims he doesn't care if they were a secretary, a janitor, or even Joe's mortician. But I can picture it now. Comer would put Joe under oath, but first he'd have to ask him to turn around. But it's not like it can get any worse for the Dems. They're polling at an all-time low at 19%. They're less popular than AIDS at a kissing booth. I know. It's not popular at all. So will Joe take the stand, even if he can barely stand? Well, why not ask him? So, Joe, are you going to testify?
Oh, yeah, come on, man. I'll testify, all right. I'll raise my right hand and I'll swear to hold the men and women and the thing. Anyway, look, I'm serious about this. Any court in the land, you pick the judge. Judge Judy, Judge Wapner. Wapner, he's a good guy. Wapner every day at 4, I used to watch him. And I remember I went on a road trip with my brother Charlie. And every day I made Charlie pull over the Buick Roadmaster so we could watch People's Court. That's right. And then we ended up in Vegas and counted cards. Made 85 grand. True story, not a joke.
Let's welcome tonight's guest. He looks like a guy who files noise complaints before 8 p.m. Fox News contributor Tom Shalhoub. You've seen him at clubs across the country selling hot dogs. Writer and comedian Joe DeVito. He uses big words and gives hope to nerds. Senior editor at the Free Press, Will Roth. And she hates government pork and once interviewed Bjork. Host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. Tom, did you miss doing Joe Biden? Yeah. Hadn't done that in a while.
I know, it's good. It's good to be back. You know,
it takes you a while to get out of character.
Exactly. It's no, I love doing it, even though it's the same joke every time.
No, they should not have listen.
No hearings.
I hate hearings. You never get anywhere with the hearings. The thing is, we all know what happened. We saw it with our own eyes. We saw it unfolding as he was president. And the idea that we're going to be like, discover something. We know he was an old man. He could barely function.
But then what about justice?
I mean, it's like, what are you going to do? I almost feel bad for these guys. Like this guy was terrible. He couldn't do his job. But you're the chief of staff. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, I wouldn't let him talk either.
Yeah.
I'd be like, we can't send him out there. That would be malpractice. So, the whole thing's, it's a mystery, Greg. I mean, are you going to get justice? What do you do?
I think if we had an actual journalism industry, it would go after this story like a dog on a bone. I just came up with that. But they won't. So it's up to us. And you're right. All hearings are is grandstanding. It's just a bunch of people who want to be on TV getting their sound bites. It's a lot harder than it looks. So I think, no, I get it, but you offer no solutions. I don't know why I have you on the show. Joe. Oh, thank you. You agree. DeVito, I love that Hunter Biden is accusing the Democrat Party of not being loyal to his dad. He banged his brother's wife.
Yeah.
His brother died, and he gets his brother's wife hooked on what, meth?
Yeah.
And then bangs her. He basically turned her out like a whore.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh. That's actually a good plan if your father's Joe Biden, because it's one less name for him to forget. So, but yeah, Hunter talking about loyalty. I mean, he's in the loyalty program for Motel 6. With every third stay he gets a free prostitute. Yeah, it's insane. But I think Tom, in a way, has a point that I'm tired of this even being called a cover-up at this point, because we watched it happening. We saw Joe Biden at the debates. I've never seen a debate where the podium had an IV next to it and a handrail. I mean, it was a mess. So I think the only thing we can do is take a look at it and say, how do we stop this from happening again? But the part I want to see is if he was this incapacitated, these pardons have to be null and void, because
yes,
auto pen, he could work an auto crayon. He was out of it.
That's the solution Tom didn't come up with that you did, Joe. You stay. Okay, so Will, all right, you kind of get where they're going at. They're saying we shouldn't have a committee, but imagine that the situation was reversed. This was a Republican administration that had a senile president that covered it up with the Dems and the media would go out of their way to destroy it. And instead, we're just going like, move on. That's wrong.
All right. Yeah. I mean, you're right. That is what would happen to a Republican. Like, we all know that.
Yes.
Republicans and Democrats are subjected to different rules by the mainstream press, the legacy press.
Mm-hmm.
But, hasn't this really taught us that maybe we don't even need a president? Like, I mean, isn't that sort of the big lesson? And not only that, you think about it, it's like maybe there's this new world order, this global cabal that controls everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then you find out it's really just kind of like a bunch of dopes. It's like Joe Biden, who at like his best was, not a genius, let's say.
Yeah.
And then his like closest friends, his people and everything, also probably not the brightest people in America. And they're running the show. The federal bureaucracy is marching along. The cabinet secretaries are doing their things. Yeah, a lot of bad stuff happened.
Yes,
but
a lot.
it's like, but it's the same bad stuff that would have happened if Biden was competent and with it.
Okay, I agree that the difference between no Biden and Biden in a Biden administration might be minimal.
Yeah.
But they got him into the White House based on a moderate thing. And then we end up with no border, all this trans hysteria, criminal justice reform that lets people out, and people like you, Will, on this show.
Thank you, Gregory.
You're welcome.
It's always good to see you.
It's great to see you. Later, drinks. Kennedy,
Hi.
how are you?
Good.
Great. So Joe brings up a good point about, okay, let's say you don't go after them in the sense of a committee hearing like they did with January 6th, which was this big theater, but you go after the pardons and you go after the commutations. There was two different things, I think. Is that possible? We've talked about this.
Well, if it is possible, I think Democrats would be all ears and all eyes because they want to figure out how to undo everything that Trump is doing right now. And they will anticipate. So if the precedent is that you can go ahead and pardon 4,000 plus people, then why wouldn't the Trump administration do that? Why, I'm sure there are plenty of people who are unjustly imprisoned.
I'm going to hop over now to some world stage news. We've got some stuff going on with Israel as well as Iran. Well, with Israel attacking Syria and U.S. still hasn't hit the bomb. So we're going to go ahead and get all that real fast.
Yes, of the 3 primary nuclear sites in Iran.
Well, good to be with you, John. Well, of course, the president's saying they're obliterated. It's beyond me to say that they weren't obliterated. There are different estimates, but the big question at the end of the day is not whether they were destroyed, the degree to which they destroyed, is the question, do the Iranians intend to rebuild them? I think the president is saying, well, if they try to rebuild them, they can rebuild them somewhere else. The question is, will they? And will they try to violate this ceasefire in any number of ways? It wasn't reported very much in the American press, but just about a week and a half ago, the Iranians sent 2 armed groups of terrorists across our border in the Golan Heights. They were all eliminated, but it shows that Iran is still a danger. So the big question is the United States keeping that credible military threat on the table? And will the United States give Israel the green light to respond militarily to Iranian violations of the ceasefire? I think that's the major issue here. And we still have to see whatever happened to that stockpile of enriched uranium, which was hidden before the war. No one has actually known where this is. And as long as Iran has that stockpile, still has ballistic missiles, and still has a warhead program, we have to worry about Iran breaking out and becoming a nuclear program, nuclear power.
We also have to worry about Iran activating terror cells in Israel and the United States, do we not?
We do indeed. And here's the world's largest state sponsor of terror, Iran, that has tried to kill the president of the United States, tried to kill a former national security advisor, and by the way, tried to kill yours truly, tried to have an assassination attempt against me in downtown Washington as well. So this is a regime that is willing to carry out terror in America's capital and around the world. And I think the most important response here is not just to focus on the nuclear program, but to support Iran's status as that largest state sponsor of terror in the world, and a country that is responsible literally for 99.9% of the upheaval, warfare, and bloodshed in the Middle East.
I want to turn our attention to the hostages still being held by Hamas. 651 days they have been in captivity, roughly 50 remaining. The president says that he believes 10 will be coming home soon. Can you give us any more information about that?
I think everyone wants a deal. Everyone wants a deal. The question is, what are the terms of the deal? Not far from where I'm talking to you now, about 50,000 Israelis were out protesting tonight in support of that deal. And the question is, will there be a ceasefire? The ceasefire will probably last about 2 months. What happens on the 61st day of the ceasefire? Will Israel have the ability to renew its efforts to rid Gaza of Hamas? Will Hamas leaders be exiled? Will the Gaza Strip be demilitarized? No more rockets, no more guns. These are big, big questions which have to be ironed out. And then, of course, if you get 10 hostages back, what about the other 20 remaining living hostages and the 30 presumed dead hostages? Their families are desperately, desperately waiting to give their loved ones a decent burial in their homeland. So these issues will remain to be ironed out. 10 hostages are certainly better than none. And the question, I think Israel is willing to pay a very steep price for it. At the end of the day, we have to think long term and think about what will happen if the Gaza Strip once again falls under Hamas's rule, and Hamas will launch, as they pledged to do, another October 7th, 2023.
Is the elimination of Hamas actually possible?
Well, it's elimination of Hamas as a threat. I don't think you can eliminate the idea of Hamas anyway. More than you can eliminate the idea of Al Qaeda or ISIS. They're still out there. But without a state behind them, these terrorist organizations are much less a threat. And so to remove Hamas as a threat to the state of Israel, to demilitarize the Gaza Strip, to exile those Hamas leaders, yes, all of that is doable.
Michael Oren, former Israeli ambassador to the United States. Thanks very much, Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you, John.
Click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest.
The Situation Room while those strikes were taking place. A new U.S. assessment has found that those strikes in June mostly destroyed one of 3 targeted Iranian nuclear sites, but the other 2 were not as badly damaged. NBC News reporting this on Thursday, citing current and former U.S. officials. The report said that U.S. officials believe the attack on Iran's Fordow facility was successful in setting back enrichment capabilities by as much as 2 years, citing, again, 2 current officials. President Trump, though, is pushing back on that report, saying all 3 sites were destroyed. National security analyst and retired Marine intelligence officer, host of the Strat podcast, Hal Kempfer, still here with me. Hal, here's what President Trump said on Truth Social. He responded by saying, all 3 nuclear sites in Iran were completely destroyed and or obliterated. It would take years to bring them back into service, and if Iran wanted to do so, they would be much better off starting anew in 3 different locations prior to those sites being obliterated, should they decide to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter, he writes. Okay, Hal. The White House says completely destroyed. Credible news reports say otherwise. Why does this matter? What's the difference between an Iran nuclear program that took a partial hit versus complete destruction?
Well, Austin, the big issue there is if they're completely destroyed, the idea is they're destroyed to a point where it'd be almost impossible to rebuild them. In that situation, according to what was reported, only one, Fordo, which was at really deep, I think it was like 300 meters deep, or 300, I think it was 300 meters deep. Anyway, facility was the one that was hit with those GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator bombs that were dropped from B-2 bombers. Those things went in, burrowed deep into the earth. You also saw where they actually did something right out of Star Wars, where they blew the top off of one of the ventilator shafts, and the missiles actually went in to the ventilator shafts to get further down to cause more destruction. That one, they're saying, could take a couple of years or more to rebuild. The other 2 were hit with Tomahawk missiles, and as someone who used to control a variety of ordnance that we would bring in with airstrikes and other ways, I'm a big fan of Tomahawk missiles, but the Tomahawk missiles don't do the same things that the GBU-57s did. So they destroyed everything on the surface, all the buildings, all the facilities out there. And I'm sure there was some destruction of whatever was underneath them, but nothing to the extent of what you saw at the Fordo facility. Those 2 facilities were destroyed, but according to this report, they think that within a couple, maybe a few months, that they could rebuild those facilities and get them back in operation again. And it gets kind of to the semantics of the word obliterate. Obliterate is not a military term. It was a term that was kind of thrown out there to try and maybe express the level of destruction on these facilities. But now, completely destroyed is a military term. You can say something was completely destroyed, but even if it's completely destroyed, doesn't mean that at some point in the future they couldn't rebuild whatever's there. It's just how much resources, time, energy, money they want to put towards it. So yeah, I mean, the report certainly has a certain air about it, which says that does make sense. But then again, I don't disagree with the point that was made by the White House, which is, why would you build it there? Why don't you just, if you're going to rebuild these things, build them somewhere else? With that said, we could also go in and destroy those facilities too if we want to. So, but it would make more sense to build them someplace other than where they were previously.
So Hal, the Pentagon is dismissing the report. The strikes happened almost a month ago, by the way. Why is it so hard to put this story to bed? Why are we still sitting here nearly a month later discussing how much damage was done?
Well, 2 things. Number one is because stories like this keep popping up. This is not the first time that there's been a dispute on the amount of destruction. I have to tell you, it's been interesting for me as a military intelligence officer, retired. But for many years, I would discuss things like battle damage assessment. And for 99.999% of the population, that meant absolutely nothing. Now that's become a normal course of discussion, but it gets into the battle damage assessment. How badly did we impact those sites? And that drives where do we need to go in terms of our negotiations with Iran on their nuclear facilities. What does Iran have? What do they still have as a capability that's sort of on the table, shall we say, dare I use the term, a card that they can play in the negotiations? That makes a lot of difference. That makes a lot of difference. It's here now, present. It's not a month ago. It's what we're doing from here forward. And so that's why this story keeps coming up over and over again.
So where do Iran nuclear negotiations stand? Are meetings still taking place?
There's communication. There are meetings. I don't know if they're really planned hard. I think you're going to see a lot of impetus toward meeting very soon because the provisions under JCPOA,
the multinational agreement that the U.S. pulled out of during President Trump's first term on monitoring using the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, to actually look at those sites, those nuclear sites in Iran. That thing has hit its deadline. The Iranians are in non-compliance. The snapback provisions of where they were before with sanctions are poised to kick in. And that puts phenomenal pressure on Iran to come to some sort of agreement, some sort of deal with this. So with that said, yeah, not a lot of, there is some discussion, not a ton of discussion right now, but I anticipate that going forward, we're going to see a lot of discussion happen very quickly. And we'll see if they are, we've drawn a red line. We have said they can have no enrichment capability, zero. And that's something that Iran has drawn a red line and said, well, no, we want enrichment capability. And that's why it goes back to the story. Do they have any enrichment capability still incumbent, or did we effectively destroy that capability and they're going to have to rebuild it anew? That's where all these things kind of tie together.
We're looking at file footage of Ayatollah Khamenei. Hal, back when the strikes happened and in the days following the strikes, we didn't hear a lot from him. In fact, we were wondering where he was. Now that it's been nearly a month since the strikes, has he resurfaced? Do we know where Khamenei is?
Austin, that's actually an interesting choice of terms, resurfaced. That's probably the most accurate way of describing what happened. He was deep underground, hunkered down from everything that we have. And he has technically resurfaced, if you will, a couple of times. It's not entirely clear how long he was on the surface and then how quickly he got back under the surface. But he actually, he was, there was some speculation that he might have been seriously injured or killed in some of the strikes. As far as we can tell, that didn't happen. Although it does appear that the president of Iran was injured in one of the strikes, an Israeli strike. The extent of his injuries is still a little bit for debate. It doesn't sound like he was permanently, seriously disabled from it, but he was seriously injured. And I would point out that if the president of Iran was seriously injured, I think it was a leg injury, it kind of makes me wonder about the rest of his security detail or others around him, because apparently he was escaping where he was into a underground facility, and that happened, which kind of tells me that if there was anybody behind him, and there would normally be at least security personnel behind him, that their injuries might have been much more serious, if not fatal.
All right. Here we go. Boom, boom.
Pushing for a 60-day ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Trump saying, quote, "We got most of the hostages back. We're going to have another 10 coming very shortly, and we hope to have that finished quickly," unquote. Hal Kempfer is still here. Hal, would the release of the hostages come with a 60-day ceasefire, or would this be separate from that?
Well, Austin, that is the package that's on the table. There have been some other things. Hamas today came out and kind of threw a bigger, more or longer term sort of thing out there. But it looks like that package pretty much calls for the IDF to completely pull out of Gaza Strip. And that's just not going to happen. The Israelis are not going to pull all their forces out of the Gaza Strip and then let Hamas, reconstitute itself, come back to power and control the Gaza Strip. That's just not an acceptable end state for the Israelis. So that has no legs, but Hamas, Abu Abeda, their Hamas spokesman, was kind of throwing some other things out this morning, trying to push for that absolutist thing. The reality is, though, they have a 60-day proposal, 60-day ceasefire proposal. It would involve releasing 10 live hostages, the remains of 18 other hostages. I've seen a variety of numbers, but it looks like about 125 Palestinian prisoners, some of whom are, and this must have been tough for the Israelis to agree to, some of whom are in prison for having killed Israelis. And so they're in there for murder. essentially, and the Israelis would release them. And then there would be the aid thing seems to be a bit of a discussion. Now, right now, all the aid is going through a thing called the Gaza Humanitarian Group, Foundation, GHF. And that is an Israeli-American thing that was set together. They have a limited number of distribution sites. There have been some pretty violent events that have taken place at those distribution sites, charges that the Israelis had fired on them. It's not clear what happened exactly. There was some where there was a crowd rush and I think 20-some people were killed, basically trampled to death. So there's been some pretty violent things that have happened at these distribution sites. That's one of the sticking points they're trying to work out, because what Hamas wants is GHF out of there altogether, and they want the non-governmental organizations and the UN back in there handling all the humanitarian aid distribution.
We've been covering this war long enough to not get our hopes up anytime someone says a deal is going to happen soon. Hal, what, in your opinion, is the best case scenario for how speedy a deal may come? Is this weekend on the table?
I would be really surprised, pleasantly surprised, but I would be really surprised if they could hit a breakthrough on these issues this weekend. I'm not ruling it out. With Hamas, one of the things you have to realize is they can be rhetorically way far away from coming to an agreement, or at least it sounds to us in our Western ears that they're far away. In reality, mentally or psychologically, they're actually much closer to agreeing. They're just throwing that out there because, well, that's just kind of what they do. They throw that out there, rhetorically speaking. We hear the Iranians do some of the same stuff where they'll be rhetorically way out from certainly what we would expect any Western negotiation or negotiators to ever say. And then all of a sudden they come to an agreement. So I cannot rule it out. However, I do have a sense that they may be closer to an agreement than they've been in quite some time. And I wouldn't rule out something getting accomplished within a week or 2 weeks that they were going to come to this. And if I had to guess between those two, I think they could have the framework agreed upon to do this within the week. Now, whether they would actually execute on that agreement within the week has to be seen. But of course, the last time we weren't sure about this, they came to an agreement and they imposed a ceasefire pretty quick. And frankly, in the mechanics, if you will, or the how to impose a ceasefire has happened pretty fast. Last time it happened so fast, I'm not even sure if all the tactical units were fully informed as to what they were supposed to do, because there was a little bit of fighting that went on after the ceasefire had been imposed, and there was a lot of work to try and sort of tamp that down, if you will, because it wasn't clear if everybody was completely on board when it happened. So I think this time it'll probably be better communicated, but it could happen sooner rather than later.
Live look at Gaza. Right now it is about, well, I don't have the time from Tel Aviv in front of me right now, but it's about the early morning hours there. Of course, every time we watch this camera, we're always looking to see if there is any military activity taking place there in real time. Yeah, it's just past midnight there. It's 12:30 in the morning, Israel Standard Time. My big question for you, Hal, as we move forward here, what has the IDF been doing in Gaza as of late? I've been checking in on this exact camera periodically throughout the week. We do see explosions sometimes. The IDF is continuing its campaign. What has been going on in Gaza? And is the IDF getting closer to achieving its two goals? Again, eliminating Hamas and rescuing the hostages. How much progress have they made on that?
Well, on the second one, rescuing hostages, haven't seen much of what's out there. Of course, the thing on a hostage rescue operation is you're not going to see anything until it's done. An operation like that is kept extremely close hold. Operational security is paramount. Nobody can catch. In fact, usually you have to do some sort of deception operation on the outside, which in many cases can make it look like there's absolutely nothing going on, or the exact opposite of what you're doing, to create a false impression with the, for example, with Hamas, that there's any action taking place, because what you're doing is you're putting your forces, your raid force, into place to conduct something very fast, very covert as long as possible to get in there and rescue somebody. And of course, the fear with the hostages are that their captors may, in fact, it's kind of a going assumption that unless they can get in there quickly and take out their captors are very likely to turn on the hostages and do something very lethal to them in the last moments before Israeli raiders could get in there to get them out. So that's that part. Now the other part is, yes, they've been hitting a number of places. They got troops on the ground. They got ground forces, all sorts of equipment. They've also been doing a lot of very, very select airstrikes throughout the Gaza Strip, and they've been taking out a series of things that are points where Hamas is operating, command and control centers, places where tactical positions where they're operating, things like that. And of course, the Hamas response is anytime there's an airstrike that it was hitting civilians and a disproportionate number of women and children. That's pretty much a standard line out of Hamas. But they have been going out there and eliminating Hamas forces whenever they come across them.
So, Hal, we just went through lots and lots of stories. You are the host of the Strat podcast, which I always say people can listen to anywhere podcasts are available. If they do decide to listen to it where podcasts are available, what are they going to be hearing?
Well, they're going to hear something we didn't talk about today. Thanks for asking. I'm talking about two things. Well, I'm talking about Ukraine primarily, but the two things, one, of course, is the drone mega deal. And I kind of drill into what is that mega deal? What does it give to the U.S.? What does it provide for Ukraine? Why is this such an unusual yet to use President Zelensky's terms, win-win proposition that's out there? And so I'm going to spend some time on that. And then I kind of finish up. I'm going to talk about this idea that President Zelensky has tossed out about using the battlefield in Ukraine as a kind of a test evaluation laboratory, if you will, for Western arms manufacturers. Basically, come on in, let's try out your weapons, see how they work on our battlefield in real combat operations. And I know that sounds horrible and callous when I say it, but the reality, the history of warfare is that's kind of what we've done throughout history. Warfare, you tend to have rapid improvements. And one of the reasons is you have a active combat laboratory to do this. I've just never heard a president quite say it of any country ever put it in such stark terms saying, yeah, come on in. Here's our laboratory. Come on down to the front lines. We got lots of things to do. So that's what we talk about. And thank you for mentioning that.
Of course. Hal being very generous with his time this afternoon. Good to see you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. See you tomorrow, Austin.
Bye.
قصف جديد يا شباب، قصف جديد ما بنهاية الأركان خالص.
Another strike then hit right near the presidential palace. Israel had earlier threatened to increase attacks if Syrian government forces are not withdrawn from the south of the country. Israel says the strikes are to protect the Druze community living in the Syrian city of As-Suwaida. In As-Suwaida, the Syrian Defense Ministry says its troops are responding to attacks by armed groups. It says army forces are there to stop the violence between Druze fighters and other groups, which began on Friday. But despite a ceasefire following negotiations with community leaders, violence has restarted, this time between the armed groups and Syrian government troops. Meanwhile, Druze groups from Israel and the occupied Golan Heights have blocked roads in protest against the violence in As-Suwaida. A large group also forced its way under the wire fence, which separates the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights from Syria. The protesters are calling on the Israeli government and the international community to intervene and stop the violence in southern Syria. In a moment, we'll hear from Noor Odeh. She's in Amman on what the Israeli government has been saying about the latest strikes. But first, let's speak to Zaina Khoda. She's in Damascus. First, Zaina, you was standing in position just when those latest strikes took place. Just talk us through exactly what happened.
Yes, we watched those strikes come in one after another in the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. Behind me, the Umayyad Square. Those strikes targeting the building of Syria's defense ministry. So strike after strike, it caused panic in the capital. Israeli warplanes were flying. You could see them in the skies of Damascus. Now, no doubt, this is a significant escalation. There was also a strike near the presidential palace in the Syrian capital. So this is the Israeli leadership giving a very, very direct message to Syria's new authorities that they will intensify such strikes, they will escalate such strikes if the government does not withdraw its troops from southern Syria. We heard the Israeli defense minister say this quite a few times in the past 24 hours. He wants a demilitarized zone in that area, and he wants, in his words, to protect the Druze community where we are seeing violence in the south of the country. So right now, the government really is in a difficult position, because if it continues its advance in Sweda and maintains a presence in the province, then it will trigger more strikes like this and endanger its hold on power. But if it decides to withdraw from Sweda and, give in, if you like, to Israel's demands, then the government has failed in its efforts to extend its authority across the country. One of its greatest challenges to unite this fractured country and ensure that, the government is in control of all areas. So in the hours and days to come, this is it's a turning point. We've seen bouts of violence since the fall of the Assad regime in December, but many will agree, if you talk to them in Damascus today, what we witnessed today really is a turning point, and the Syrian authorities in a position where they could see the Israelis change the balance of power on the ground.
And Zaina, I wonder if you could remind us of how we got to the level of escalation we're seeing today, because this time yesterday, we were talking about a ceasefire in Aswada between the government and the groups there. So talk us through exactly what happened since then.
Well, since the fall of the regime of Bashar al-Assad, we've seen bouts of violence in southern Syria. Sweda, the province of Sweda in the south of the country, this is a majority Druze province. They enjoyed, a level of autonomy, if you like, and they were in charge of security in the area. Now, the Druze are divided. They are not united in their dealings with the new authorities in Damascus. You have Druze groups that are ready to deal with the state, who want to see the state extend its authorities. Of course, they have some concerns. But then you have other Druze groups like Sheikh Hajri, who are demanding international protection, who are rejecting the presence of the government in the area, and who are putting up armed resistance. Now, in the past rounds of violence, it ended with negotiated settlements, and the government had agreed to pull out and to give the Druze fighters some level of autonomy. This time around, they have managed to secure much of Sweda city. And, this advance really coincided with these strikes. So Israel is really giving that message to the government to pull back. If indeed the government pushes in, they're going to have to reach some sort of local agreement with the people of this area. So, a lot of challenges ahead, security challenges, making sure that the different communities in Syria, because this is really a divided country, feel that they are safe and they have their rights. And all this plus facing now an external actor which has directly involved itself in what was a local conflict.
And Zaina, have we heard anything from the Syrian government over the course of the last few hours? Because we've had these strikes on the army headquarters. We've had these strikes on the presidential palace in Damascus. What options are actually available to the al-Shara leadership right now?
Well, there hasn't been any statement as of yet from the Syrian authorities following these strikes, which really destroyed the building of the Ministry of Defense. But yesterday, we heard the Syrian foreign minister criticize, deplore those Israeli strikes because Israel has been targeting government forces in the Sueda area. Every time they try to advance towards the city, they have been targeting reinforcements that are being sent from Damascus to Sueda. The highway is really dangerous. It's really dangerous to drive along that highway. What the Israeli army was trying to do really is to prevent those reinforcements from reaching Sueda to help, those who oppose the new authorities in Damascus, trying to ensure that the balance of power does not tilt in the favor of the Syrian government. But months ago, the Israeli political leadership said that they will enforce a demilitarized zone in the south of Syria. So they don't want to see any presence of government troops in that area. So, the government, like we mentioned, is in a difficult position. There were, negotiations, behind the scenes negotiations, which even the U.S. envoy Tom Barrack talked about recently between Israel and Syria. Of course, normalization it's still off the table, but to reach some sort of a security arrangement between these two countries now with what is happening, definitely if any progress has been made, it will now mean that, they're back to square one.
Many thanks for that. Zaina Khoda there for us in Damascus. Let's go to Noor Odeh. She joins us from Jordan's capital. She's in Amman because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, talk us through what you've been hearing from the Israeli military regarding their involvement in Syria so far.
Well, Marlene, let's start with the latest. The Israeli military chief of staff has reported to instruct the Air Force to move more fighter jets, more drones to the Syrian front, and to allocate more manpower from the military to that front, even if it's at the cost of other fronts on which Israel is waging war. That means that Israel now considers this an immediate priority. We've been hearing from the Israeli prime minister, who addressed Druze Israelis, his constituents who serve in the Israeli army. That's, of course, not all of the Druze community, but certainly a sizable portion of it. He asked them not to get involved, not to breach the borders, and that Israel, its army and its Air Force have discovered they will fulfill their promise of protecting the Druze of Syria, as he claimed. The Israeli Minister of Defense has also said the time for messages is over, and now it's time for those painful attacks against Damascus. Israel will enforce demilitarization in southern Syria. So you have Israel saying very plainly that it will be an active player in internal Syrian politics, but also that it will enforce its objectives with firepower, not just in Sueda, but also in Damascus.
And Noor, as you say, Israel claims that it is carrying out these strikes on behalf of the Druze minority in Syria. We also have a Druze community in Israel and in the Golan Heights. I wonder if you could give us a bit of context on the community and how they feel about what Israel is doing here.
Well, the Druze communities are indigenous to this region. Their presence in Lebanon, in Syria, in present-day Israel, in Jordan predate the establishment of Israel. Now, in Israel itself, the majority of that community, who are now Israeli citizens, serve in the Israeli army. So there is a special relationship between the state and the Israeli Druze. In the occupied Syrian Golan, the Druze identify as Syrians. They do not recognize the legitimacy of Israeli occupation. Even those who have been more recently occupied in the additional territory of the Syrian Golan that Israel occupied since December of 2024 do not identify or affiliate with Israel. Having said that, there is concern within the Druze community in the occupied Syrian Golan and beyond about what is happening. There are fears about the future of Syria, the nature of the Syrian state, and how relations could be maintained, how Syria can be maintained as a united country that can be inclusive. But the Druze are not a monolith. And that is why the Israeli Prime Minister addressed the citizens of Israel, because he at least understands that the leadership of Israeli Druze, the religious leadership of the sect, has called on him personally to intervene, even if that means military intervention, to aid the Druze in Syria. We will have to wait and see how this develops, because again, there is no one voice that can speak on behalf of all Druze. Not in Israel, not in the occupied Syrian Golan, and not in Sweden itself.
Okay, Noor, thank you for giving us that context. Noor Ode there for us in Amman. Okay, let's speak now to Amar Kaf. He's the executive director of the Omran Center for Strategic Studies. He joins us live from Damascus. Amar, many thanks for joining us on Al Jazeera English. So what do you make of these latest attacks on the capital by Israel? And what do they signal to you about Israel's intentions and what they are trying to achieve in Syria?
Well, I mean, this is also another escalation within a series of escalations that took place before. But it seems like Israel has been adamant to put its dominance over internal politics in Syria, and especially the southern front. Not only security, but it attempts to continue to cause havoc and chaos as it pertains to domestic politics in Syria. So it refuses the right of the central government to control all pockets, all areas, geographies, and it continues to want to impose its own rule. And you know, there are rumors, obviously, now of a land incursion, an additional land incursion, more conditions placed on Damascus. When its only aim was to actually separate between the Bedouins that have attacked people of Suwaida and to protect civilians. That has been at least the announced declaration by the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Defense.
And Amar, why do you think they're doing this? I mean, to what end? As I've been discussing with previous guests, there were attempts at back-channel talks going on, being pushed by the UAE and others between Israel and Syria to come to some sort of normalization agreement. So why put that behind them?
I mean, as President Trump said, the Israelis are not acting out of any rational thinking, and they are not acting based on any logic of an end game or an end result. No one really knows what their end result. There is no logic to this. There's no clear objectives of this operation. Signals to Damascus: don't come to, don't touch the Druze in Suwaida. Okay, what then? What's the end result? Really, this is the puzzling part: is that the Syrian government has shown tremendous amount of self-restraint during the past 9 months. On all the incursions and the occupation and the additional attacks by the Israelis, while the Israelis have shown absolutely not even a rational position on at least respecting sovereignty of the state, or the ability of the state, the right of the state to protect all civilians, to include all civilians, to make sure that security is controlled all over the territory. This is really unexplainable, and I mean, there are many theories on this, but the end result doesn't seem to be clear. The same like all of their adventurous wars in the region had no specific objective or an end result to it.
So what do you make of the timing then of these recent attacks, particularly the ones that we've seen today on the presidential palace and the military?
I mean, it's a clear message to the Syrian government that the Israelis are not going to be silent. The Israelis will not allow Syrian government to spread and dominate its, hegemony, its authority all over the territory. Unfortunately, this is a message to, the local groups that supposedly that Israel is going to be behind you. Unfortunately, we all know history. Whether it's the Israelis or others, they on the long term they won't back local groups, and so there are certain groups in Suwaida who are being lured to believe that the Israelis will come to quote protect them, while their best guarantee for stability is with the general population of Syria. Is about inclusivity, is about participatory structures that we hope to establish. We are still in the early stages in Syria, but this requires all Syrians to come together and create this pact, and to continue to rely on a foreign government to come in and destroy public properties and destroy safety and security is something that's unexplainable at best.
Okay, Amar, thank you so much for your perspective. Amar Kaf, Executive Director of the Omran Center for Strategic Studies, joining us there from Damascus.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
As always, Hal, it's good to see you. There are three different big headlines that I wanted to touch on with you today. The first one has to do with something that the Trump administration is proposing. Military.com says the Department of Homeland Security is planning to house migrants at 2 new military installations as the Trump administration increasingly turns to the armed forces to bolster its aggressive immigration crackdown. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that bases in Indiana and New Jersey can house detained immigrants without affecting military readiness. I'm curious, Hal, is there any precedent for an idea like this? You and I were talking offline about Fort Bliss in El Paso and Camp Pendleton in the 70s.
Yeah, actually, they've been used a lot. President Obama actually had multiple military bases back in 2014 when he was doing, I don't know if you want to call it a crackdown or whatever, but he was housing immigrants from Central America, South America, and Mexico, depending on how you want to count Mexico. I count it as North America. But he had actually used military installations. And if you go back, for example, in 94, when I worked the Haiti-Cuba crisis, the boat crisis, if you will, where they were trying to get out of Haiti and Cuba, we used our military bases again. Guantanamo most famously, but we actually used the Panama Canal Zone to house immigrants as part of that crisis. And it keeps going that way. I mean, when Vietnam and Cambodia, when it fell in 75, and you had the big influx of Vietnamese and Cambodian boat people, again, Camp Pendleton, for example, in Southern California, housed a huge complex for bringing in those immigrants, processing them, getting them, moving them on to where they had to go. So, and then I could go back to World War II and a bunch of other things. So it is very common to use military bases, and this is not the first time the Trump administration has done it. In the first term, I think El Paso was used, and another military base was used to hold immigrants. So it's a very common practice. It's a secured facility. They usually have what they need to set up an expeditionary type of environment, if you will. And I've already heard that expression. It just got tossed out once. They said they're talking about putting soft side housing. Soft side housing to me is not kind of a nice way of saying tents. All right. So it sounds to me like they're going to set up a lot of tents for temporary housing. And frankly, military installations are already set up to do that.
So Hal, I read that this could be a step toward potentially detaining thousands of people on bases on U.S. soil. Is that possible? Thousands?
Oh, yeah, easily. Yeah, thousands, tens of thousands. Depending on the size of the bases, you could actually house in total hundreds of thousands of people on military bases. We have some pretty big bases out there. Now, there's some bases where you really wouldn't want to put somebody in tents right now. For example, I can think of any base in the American Southwest would be a really bad idea at this time of year. But there are bases where they can hold a lot of space. And you have to remember, these bases, we routinely roll in brigades of thousands to do training for like, a few weeks or whatever. And they will set up their training area or set up their base camp and everything else. So they're kind of already geared up to do this. Now, the question that's come up, Democrats have been a little critical of this today in the news, and they have brought up the impact on military readiness, military training. Secretary Hegseth has kind of pushed back, saying there will be no problems with that. I kind of wonder, it just depends on the rotation of various units going through these bases. Will using them for an immigration center, would that prevent using them for some other purpose? And I think that's something they're going to have to provide a certain amount of, dare I say, granularity on, some detail on, to make sure that it isn't adversely impacting military readiness.
So that touches on something I wanted to ask you about. We don't know when migrants could be arriving at the facilities or if other military bases are being considered. As you mentioned, Democratic lawmakers, also civil rights advocates, they're not liking this idea. One concern is that it'll impact military resources. They also, of course, don't like the immigration and the politics angle of all this, of course, Hal. But I would ask you this. Could this idea, kind of bouncing off of what you were just discussing, is it possible that this idea spreads these bases thin? How do they avoid that?
Well, the issue is who's going to be there managing the facilities, and that would involve security at those facilities as well. Will it be military personnel that are actually managing the facilities, providing some either outer perimeter security or something like that, or maybe providing some sort of logistic support? By the way, all those things, if they're on a government facility, or as far as I can tell, are well within the legal parameters which the military operates in the U.S. I don't see where that would cross over into violating, say, posse comitatus or something like that. But the question is, will we be tying up a lot of military resources on this? Now, it could be they're going to use the facilities, could be they're going to use some military resources, but it could be they're also bringing in a lot of Department of Homeland Security, ICE type resources or CBP resources to actually manage those facilities or conduct or take the lion's share of that management of those facilities. And if that's the case, then it wouldn't have as big an impact or footprint, if you will, on the Department of Defense overall.
So why do we have to discuss this idea? Is there simply not enough space currently for the amount of arrests that the White House is making?
Well, what you want to do with the situation really is where do you put these immigrants you're detaining? And there's not a whole lot of great places. It's not like you're going to go down to an abandoned mall, which probably has been done. I wouldn't doubt it, but and set up some sort of facility for detained immigrants or something like that. This is a situation where they're being held there. They're being held there in a situation where they might not want to be held there, and you want a certain degree of security around that. So then you start looking at places that are highly secure. And you could look at, and I'm sure they have looked at prisons. All right, that's an option. You go to prison facilities or prison grounds and doing this, or you start looking at military facilities, because military facilities, by definition, a military base or installation is a secured facility by the way it's set up. And certainly if you're someone who's being detained, in most cases against your will, you're a little reticent if you're in the middle of a military base to try and escape across a military base, because frankly, they should be wondering what would happen if they did that, because at that point, they would be someone on a military installation that is someplace they're not supposed to be. And there's a variety of force measures that could be imposed in order to prevent them from doing whatever they want to do. So there's a lot of good reasons why, historically speaking, military bases have kind of been go-to places to set things like this up.
As I've been saying, there are lots of headlines to hit with Hal Kempfer today. That's the first of 3 we're going to be doing. We have to take a quick commercial break. We're going to head to the Middle East when we return.
of Homeland Security. We're here in Nashville today to highlight some of the excellent work that the Department of Homeland Security has been doing with HSI and ICE officers and agents here in this area. This office oversees not just operations within Nashville, but also throughout Tennessee and Kentucky. And they also are a key component to our investigative efforts that we put into the breaking up of drug and human trafficking rings. I'm so proud of this office and the agents that work here and in this area for what they do to protect children every day and what they do to protect United States citizens and get criminals off of our streets. President Trump has been focused ever since he's been in office on making America safe again. And that is what my job is as a secretary, is to make sure that we're following through on exactly what he promised the American people, to make sure that we're going after the worst of the worst every single day, get the murderers, the rapists, the child pedophiles and pornographers off of our streets and out of this country so that they can be brought to justice and face the consequences for their actions. Since President Trump has taken office, we have arrested almost 300,000 and more criminals and illegal aliens here in the United States of America and brought them to justice and deported them out of our country. 70% of those individuals have criminal charges that they are convicted of, or they have criminal charges that are pending against them. Overwhelmingly, the families that live in this country are thrilled to have these people off of their streets so that they can continue to raise their children in a country where they can live safely, send their kids to school, and go to sleep peacefully in their beds at night each and every day. Here in Tennessee, HSI Nashville has arrested some individuals that I want to highlight specifically that are tied to foreign terrorist organizations as designated by President Trump's administration, and also tied to gang organizations that are not only present here in this country, but also internationally as well. 2 Venezuelan nationals with ties to Tren de Aragua have been arrested here. This was done back in January, and their crimes include promoting prostitution and evading arrest. In February, HSI Nashville arrested a 35-year-old Venezuelan charged with homicide after he stabbed his own wife to death. HSI also arrested a 33-year-old illegal alien that was from El Salvador. This individual was affiliated with the MS-13 gang, and he's the subject of a red notice that we participate with Interpol, and is wanted in El Salvador as well for aggravated murder. In January, HSI Nashville here arrested a 22-year-old Guatemalan who was an illegal alien here in this country. The charges against this individual count 3 charges of child rape, sexual exploitation of a minor, and identity theft. Also arrested here is a 60-year-old illegal alien from Iraq. His criminal history includes convictions of rape, larceny, and false imprisonment. And last but not least, that I'll highlight here individually today, is we all remember the story of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the MS-13 member. He was a human trafficker, a domestic abuser, a criminal illegal alien, and a national of El Salvador, and a member of MS-13. The mainstream media consistently tries to defend this individual as an innocent Maryland man, but I will be very clear, this man has a history and decades-long ties to a gang that has been convicted of human trafficking, and he himself has been deeply tied to those horrific charges and criminal activities. He's here in Nashville currently on federal charges for human trafficking, and the grand jury's indictment describes a monster. Abrego was a full-time human trafficker who would brutally abuse women under his control and even solicited individuals for child pornography. Now, all of these criminals are evil. They're horrible human beings. They're the worst of the worst. And America is safer because they're off of our streets, because of the work of the individuals behind me, but all of the agents and officials within HSI and ICE. Rioters, criminal thugs, legacy media, open border politicians, often you'll hear them standing up and defending the evil criminals that I've been talking about. And in the meantime, what they're doing is smearing and doxing our agents and putting them and their families at risk. Leftists have doxed, attacked, and tried to intimidate the men and women who uphold our laws and keep our streets safe. And now our ICE officers are facing an 830% increase in violence against them and their families. One of the open border politicians is right here in the state and is right here in the city. And I'm specifically calling out the mayor of Nashville. Mayor Freddie O'Connell has gone after our ICE individuals and agents that work with HSI. He's openly doxed them, revealed their information to the public, encouraged people to work against them and their efforts to clean up the streets of Nashville. And he has forced his city officials, his employees of the city of Nashville, to document every single interaction that they have with federal immigration authorities. What the mayor is doing to the city is shameful. And what he needs to do is participate with us and make sure that he's helping us uphold the rule of law. Listen, if people don't like the laws in this country, go to Congress and change them. But what these agents do every single day is to uphold the law and make sure that it applies equally to everyone and that criminals aren't placed above the American citizens that live in this city and live in this state and in this country. O'Connell and his administration are playing politics, and they're playing politics to a dangerous level that's risking people's lives. Despite the mayor's reckless behavior, we're going to continue to enforce the law here in Nashville. We're going to continue to fight to keep families safe, and here in this city, but also in this state, and continue throughout the country. Bringing violent criminals to justice is our priority, and doing so in order to make America safe again is what we will work to do every single day. We're also seeing similar acts of injustices happen in Nashville by other entities as well. We're seeing obstruction against federal immigration law by Belmont University. As you know, they have openly said that they will house illegal immigrants on their campus and do that in defiance of the federal government. President Trump campaigned on immigration enforcement. The American people voted for immigration enforcement. They voted to clean up their streets and get these criminals out of our country. I'm very proud of the fact that since President Trump has been in office, we have removed over 600 known and suspected terrorists out of the United States of America, that we have brought thousands of gang members from MS-13, TDA, and brought them to justice and deported them out of our country. We're continuing to go after these criminals to protect American citizens. And now that the president's big, beautiful bill is passed, we have the resources to double down. We will bring more agents to Nashville. We will bring more resources to this state. And we will make sure that even though politicians continue to play politics and try to lie about what the work is that we're doing to make America safe again, that we will continue to fight for the families that live here and make sure that these child pedophiles, these rapists, and these murderers are off our streets. We will never apologize for protecting the American people. President Trump is working hard every day to make sure that this is a country where the rule of law is applied equally to everybody, that illegal criminals are not placed above or prioritized above the American citizens that live here and work and are just pursuing the American dream. So with that, I will close and open it up to any questions that you may have. Yes, way in the back.
So you said that there's an 830% increase in these attacks against ICE agents.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of rhetoric, heated rhetoric. One congressman saying that people need to be willing to bleed in their opposition to ICE. Who do you blame for this massive rise of violence against ICE agents?
I would say it's the rhetoric of elected officials, of leaders, leftist organizations, and the media. When they don't tell the truth, there's consequences for that. When they don't talk about the facts of what's happening out on our streets and what the American people need, then it gets distorted and the information is used in a way that can undermine what the rule of law is. I would encourage every single media entity that's here today to go talk to an ICE agent about what their job is, what they've been told their priorities are, and what it's like for their family every single day to go out in the streets and try to go after these criminals. The Trump administration has specifically targeted the worst of the worst. The individuals that we are going after are those that are violent criminals, those that are breaking our laws, and those that have final removal orders. And in many of these places, we've negotiated for their safe return back to their own home country. And if they're criminals, they will face consequences for their crimes. I'm grateful for the fact that we have a president that stands up for the everyday American. And I would be thrilled if people would talk about the fact that when you get a rapist off the street, how many families have we protected? When you get a murderer off the street, a pedophile off the street, look at the families that will never have to be victims because that work was done. Too much time is spent focusing on these criminals when you should be focusing on the people who have been victims in the past and the fact that we're stopping future people from becoming victims as well. Yes.
When you speak of the worst of the worst that the Trump administration is going after, you see these four individuals here. 70% of them you say that as is picking up have criminal convictions and charges. Why not release their names in the rap sheets and investigate?
Well, many times the investigations are still ongoing, or they have lawyers where there's appeals going on. And so we follow the rule of law and give everybody their due process rights, but make sure that we're pursuing these criminal cases so that these individuals can face consequences for their crimes. This office here specifically is one of the most outstanding offices that we have in this nation for going after child exploitation rings. and child trafficking and human trafficking. So I'm so thankful for their investigative work. They're breaking up trafficking rings that have been filtering internationally and have been using Nashville as a hub. I would encourage the mayor here to partner with them instead of fighting them, because by his rhetoric and by what he is requiring his city employees to do, and by not having the backs of these law enforcement officers, he's allowing more children to be trafficked, more children to be victimized, and more families to suffer because of his actions and his politics.
But for those who are convicted and be deported, why not release their names in the action?
Oftentimes they are. And also we have security agreements that we have negotiated with foreign countries as well, their home countries. I've been to probably 10 different foreign countries that most of these illegal criminals have come from, met with their presidents, met with their leaders, and negotiated them sharing information with us. Extradition agreements. We want the data on who they know is in our country that's dangerous. And then also when we return someone back to their country that is a criminal, that is a murderer or a violent rapist or abuser, that they're facing consequences in their home country as well. And I would encourage everybody, there's a lot of things being said in the media. If there is someone that's in this country illegally and they're concerned about being here and interacting with our immigration officials, go home. You have the opportunity today to go back to your home country. If you go home, we will buy you a plane ticket. We will, when you land, give you $1,000 so that you can get started on your feet and provide food and housing for your family. And you have the opportunity to come back to the United States the right way. You have the opportunity to come here and to pursue the American dream. But if you wait until you get detained by our officers and get encountered or are surrounded by individuals who are breaking the law and get deported, you will never get the chance to come back to the United States of America. And many of the times when I've traveled to these other countries and visited with their presidents and their governments, they have established now programs to help support their citizens that are coming back to their countries. Many of these countries are setting up loan programs for houses when people come back, training for jobs that they need to have filled in their countries. They're giving children scholarships that are coming home so they can get an education and get their feet under them. So when you look at Guatemala, Honduras, Colombia, Panama, many of these countries, Mexico that I've visited, many of them are setting up programs so that when people do come home, that they have the opportunity to have a job and an education that they've never had before. And I'm proud of that work that's being done so that when individuals do things the right way, they can be rewarded for that. Yes.
Madam Secretary, Tennessee has a lot of farmers that may rely on migrant workers to be able to yield their crops. So what's your message to them on what they should do?
You know, what I would tell them is we've got visa programs that they can participate in to help them with their workforce issues. The H-2A visa program is under my purview, and I don't have a limit on how many of those I can issue. I would encourage them to reach out, and we can help them meet that workforce if the need is there. Many times there's people in this country as well that are looking to fill positions, but I will be very clear in saying that there will be no amnesty under the Trump administration, that individuals who are here illegally, we're hopeful that they will come and do it the right way, and that we'll make sure that we streamline and get rid of the bureaucratic hiccups and things that have slowed down the process in the past. We are streamlining the paperwork process and the application process so it's much quicker and responsive to the needs that farmers have. Yes.
Because you singled out Kilmar Habergo, I want to ask you about some of the witnesses giving testimony against him. 3 of these people have been deported multiple times. Now they're receiving some kind of pardon to stay in the U.S. Can you talk about who granted these permissions and why is this allowed for some of these people who have been deported prior, who have been convicted felons to stay in the U.S.?
Yeah, no, I can't speak to the specifics of how some of the case negotiations have been conducted, but I am grateful that this man is being brought to justice. He has a lifetime history of trafficking individuals and of taking advantage of minors, soliciting pornography from them, nude photos of them, abusing his wife, abusing other illegals, aliens that were in this country, women that were under his care while he was trafficking them. He's a horrible human being and a monster, and he should never be released free.
All that is evidence that the judge finds hard to believe because it's based on the testimony of these 3 witnesses.
I hope this judge does the right thing and brings this man to justice for the crimes that he has committed. The evidence is overwhelming, and this judge needs to make sure that he applies the law equally to every single person that shows up in his courtroom.
And then I do do want to ask you, because ICE operations are taking place predominantly in Latino communities.
And I wouldn't say that's true. I would say that the media has highlighted operations like that, but we have operations ongoing throughout the country every single day in communities everywhere. So I would not say that anyone could show that they're highlighted in Hispanic communities. They're highlighted in areas that we know we have investigative work and case work to show that we may have enforcement mechanisms that need to be put in place because we have criminal activities ongoing.
Well, my audience is predominantly Latino, so they kind of every day say they're fearful because a lot of people have been targeted based on their skin color, not necessarily.
That's not true. And so that has been another false narrative that has been put out there in the media that I absolutely want to throw back at you and say that is absolutely false, and don't you dare ever say that again. We have judges out there and other individuals saying people have been targeted that way, and it's not true. Every single operation that we do on ICE is based on investigative work and on case work to show that there is a reason and reasonable suspicion to go into an area and to talk and look at individuals that are involved in criminal activity. So because that is a narrative that people have been out there saying doesn't make it true, and it should not be repeated. Yes.
Two questions. First one, just you mentioned the budget increase. Excuse me, it's going to be coming to ICE. Beyond just more personnel, more boots on the ground here, I mean, what do you see as what Nashvilleians will see in the city in terms of enforcement detention over the next few years? What's that going to actually look like?
Well, what the people of Nashville will see is obviously more individuals and more agents, but they'll also see more training and equipment. We'll see more investigative tools that will be able to be utilized. My hope is that we also get the chance to work with the Department of Justice to get more immigration judges. Many times we have individuals who wait a long time to get through the immigration process. And that is one of the reasons that people point to while people get anxious to come into our country illegally is because it takes so long to do it the right way. So not only do we want to get our casework when we bring someone into our detainment processed quickly so that we can get a decision made, but also those individuals who want to come here legally, that we have the opportunity to do so in a much more streamlined manner.
Are we likely to see more facilities kind of erected here in Middle?
I don't think we necessarily will see more facilities. What we need is when we have a city like Nashville where the mayor is playing politics and not necessarily they're backing up our officers, you'll see more individuals to make sure that these officers are out on the street and have enough force to keep themselves safe while they do their work.
And then just one follow-up on the due process. It's standard within law enforcement to release names and charges before people have gone through trial or through that legal process. I mean, that is part of due process. How can we, the press, and by extension the public, ensure that the federal government is ensuring due process if we're not allowed to know the names of these people and the charges?
We are following due process on every single case. I'm not sure if you're talking specifically about a case or two, but I can follow up with you after the press conference and see if there's some you're not getting. But if we are not giving you names and data and information, it is because we are following the law and ensuring that every individual gets the due process that they need. Now, due process looks different based on what case it is and who the individual is, but we will continue to make sure that we're focusing on following the law and making sure we're bringing criminals to justice.
Do you think we see more names released?
We will release names as we are allowed to by the law.
In the case of Kilmar Grego Garcia, there's been a lot of discussion on whether he will be deported if he's released ahead of trial. What's your perspective on whether to have him deported and potentially not stand trial because he'll be in another country? How would that work, and what's the perspective?
He's standing trial now, and I hope he faces consequences for his crimes, and that will be something that we will be able to deliver for the people that have been victimized by him and his actions over the years. And then when that is done and that process is over, he should never be allowed to be free in the United States of America. So even if he goes home to his home country, my hope is that he will be incarcerated there for the rest of his life as well.
Will he remain in the United States up until the point of trial?
That's not under my purview, but my hope is that he would be able to face consequences for his crimes. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Secretary, what do you think about the Dignity Act of 2025 that Republican Maria Vera Salazar introduced? Do you support it?
Well, I've not read the act as she introduced it. I've talked to Maria extensively about it and her ideas in this legislation, and I think it's a great discussion for Congress to have. We'll continue to work with her and with the White House on what we can do to look at immigration law in this country and see what we can do to meet some of the needs that we have. Listen, immigration reform has been needed for many, many years, and I appreciate her and her leadership in bringing forward a bill that can start that discussion. Yes.
Just talking about Kilmar Arbrego Garcia, you've mentioned that he is in fact an MS-13
Mhm.
member. There was witness testimony that the attorney for Kilmar Arbrego Garcia disputed that said that there were no signs or markings that he was in fact an MS-13 gang member. So what criteria has DHS used to in fact label him an MS-13 gang member?
There's a large case built against Abrego Garcia, and people will continue to see that throughout trial, and they'll continue to see that throughout this case. I will say that him consistently being surrounded and working with those gang members to traffic individuals across the state for many, many years, and working in conjunction with them and targeting individuals of rival gangs against MS-13, and even helping to help facilitate the murder of a mother of one of the rival gangs that is opposed to MS-13. All of that builds into a case of work that has been done for many years against this individual. He is a monster, and he is tied to a terrorist organization that's perpetuated violence against human beings for many, many years. My hope is that he will stand trial and get the consequences of his actions, and that justice will be served for his victims.
And you brought up Nashville Mayor Freddie O'Connor
Mhm.
that he's been going after ICE agents.
Mhm.
I had an interaction with him when he said the real concern is not releasing the names of ICE agents, but the
No, that is a real concern. It is a real concern that he has jeopardized them and their families. They face violent acts. Their families are targeted. They're doxxed. Their personal information is put out there, and people are treating them horrifically. And he needs to stop and knock it off and grow up and act like a leader and start sending his law enforcement officers to have our backs. Because what we are doing is upholding the law. We are upholding the law every single day. If he doesn't like the law, go change it. Go to the federal government and change the law. But what we are doing here is making our streets safer for the people of Nashville, and the people of Nashville overwhelmingly support getting criminals off of their streets. He should be helping us do that.
Well, he's saying that the unmasking of ICE agents need to be unmasked, that's the real concern.
So Mayor O'Connell's much more worried about victimizing our law enforcement officers than he is going after criminals. This guy's priorities are completely screwed up, and he doesn't deserve to be a mayor. He doesn't deserve to be in office. Yes.
Do you have any specific information you can share with us about the number of additional agents or the additional resources you plan to bring to Nashville or Tennessee?
Well, that analysis is getting done. We will have dozens of more officers and agents that will be here in the Nashville area. And we will continue to make sure that there are resources not just in Nashville, but throughout the state. And also this office covers Kentucky as well. So we will do an analysis of where we see criminal activity and where we need those individuals to make sure that we can have people go forward and do their operations and do them safely. Clearly, when there is a sanctuary city or there's a sanctuary state, we're going to have to put more federal officers there, because there's not a cooperative agreement with the local and state law enforcement that has their backs and allows them to conduct their operations safely. So when you're looking at a city like New York City or Nashville or Chicago, Illinois, we're going to have to put more federal officers there in order to run our operations safely. But we have over 800 agreements across this country with other city, local, and state officials that partner with us every single day. And we're so thrilled to have those leaders in those cities being grateful that we're there cleaning up their streets and getting dangerous individuals off their streets. Thousands and thousands of mayors and governors and local officials and sheriffs and city council members across this country are partnering with us and working with us every day so that when we go out and do an operation, they have our backs and they're helping us secure locations and they're partnering with us. It's unfortunate we don't have that kind of working relationship here in Nashville. And last question.
Madam Secretary, back in May, ICE agents cooperated with THP troopers for traffic enforcement stop. And so far, we've been blocked by local and state authorities to look at biographical data for those people to ensure Hispanics weren't unlawfully being targeted. Will ICE release that data if locals won't?
Do you have any indication that anybody was targeted just specifically because of what their race or creed was?
CAB reports that I have right now on those show disproportionately Hispanic people being stopped and detained.
Every single enforcement action that we have and every single enforcement operation that we have conducted has been based on a casework and investigative reports on criminal activities and where we know that there is those types of things going on and individuals are located.
Would you
All right, good.
information out to this?
We will release any information that's available that we can according to the law. And we have been extremely transparent. This has been the most transparent administration that we have had in a very long time on operations that we have on the ground. And that's one of the things that makes me so proud to work for President Trump, is that he has been an open book on making sure that he's following through on exactly what the American people have asked him to do. Focus on, number one, securing the border. For 2 months in a row now, we have 0 illegal aliens that have crossed our borders and come into this country. And that is in one thing that has done amazing results in making sure that we're keeping Americans safe. The second thing he has promised to do that overwhelmingly the American people wanted him to was to get the worst of the worst off of our streets. And so our focus is there, and that's what we will continue to do, is to provide operations that remove these murderers, rapists, pedophiles, and human traffickers and drug traffickers off of our streets. When you look at the table in front of me, these are all drugs and guns that have been taken off of the streets from this office and this area, this state, that are no longer out there killing our children, that are no longer out there perpetuating drug addiction and splitting up families and conducting violence on the streets. They have been brought into and taken away from criminals and terrorist organizations because of the work that these officers do. My hope is that we can continue to do this kind of work and do it in a way that makes sure that we're honoring our law enforcement officers and we're recognizing the rule of law needs to be enforced and enhanced here in the United States. That's what the American people demanded, and that's what President Trump is following through on. So thank you. You guys have a wonderful day.
Are you concerned about people impersonating ICE agents?
Does it not make the U.S. less safe if you just
one of President Trump's biggest campaign promises. 6 months into his administration, Immigration and Customs Enforcement has deported nearly 150,000 people thus far. And with the recent passage of Trump's tax and border bill, the agency will be getting an unprecedented infusion of funds, becoming the highest funded law enforcement agency in this country. Our immigration and politics reporter, Camilo Montoya Galvez, spoke with the acting director of ICE, Todd Lyons, this Friday. And he began by asking whether the new money will help the administration meet its goal of 1 million deportations per year.
I definitely think it's possible. One thing, though, that ICE is historically known for in our mission is we detain to remove. We don't detain punitively. So people do hear that increase in the bed space, but it's not for long term. There's no reason for someone to linger in a detention facility after they've been lawfully ordered by immigration judge. We want to ensure that they can get back to their home country safely and quickly.
More than a dozen individuals are facing charges for that violent attack against an ICE facility in Texas. The Department of Homeland Security, as you know, has also reported a sharp increase in attacks against your agents. What do you think is behind that?
I think the sharp increase in the rhetoric, especially from a lot of elected officials that are shaming, if you will, or speaking out against the ICE law enforcement mission, is what's really increasing these attacks on officers. And that, unfortunately, the Alvarado incident down in Prairie Land, that is one that's really taken it to the next level. Just the increase is amazing. The fact that, like you said, 830% increase from last year assaults on officers.
Do you think the increase in attacks against ICE officers is connected to the broader increase in ICE arrests across the country? Because you're seeing more arrests, you're seeing more attacks too.
I think we're seeing both. I think because we are more visible in the community. There was recently people that talked about the amount of support that ICE had under President Obama. Well, during those times, we did make more custodial arrests, those arrests like you would
in jails.
In the jails, right? We weren't really out there. We just don't see that now with a lot of the sanctuary policies and just a lot of lack of cooperation. So you are seeing us out more. And I think there is more of attention, kind of like you said, the immigration mission is one of the forefront of this administration. So there's a lot of scrutiny and publicity to it.
What do you say, Director, to the criticism that law enforcement officials, including ICE officers, should be identifying themselves and that the use of masks could be potentially dangerous, including because it could lead to imposters posing as ICE agents?
Yeah, and that's one of our biggest concerns. And I've said it publicly before. I'm not a proponent of the masks. However, if that's a tool that the men and women of ICE to keep themselves and their families safe, then I'll allow it. I do kind of push back on the criticism that they don't identify themselves. Men and women of ICE and our DOJ partners and local law enforcement do help us. They are identified on their vests. You can see the HSI, ERO, federal police officer, FBI in the back of the vest. So I would push back on the notion that we aren't identifying themselves. Now, what I would advocate for, and I've said this many times, is I know a lot of elected officials have put forward legislation or proposed legislation about banning of the mask, things like that. I would also want, elected officials to help us hold those people accountable that do dox or threaten an ICE officer or agent or their family.
So you will continue to allow ICE officers to wear masks during operations?
I will.
Do you know how many of the individuals arrested by ICE are
House Principal, Deputy's Press Secretary, and Special Assistant to the President, Harrison Fields. Great to have you here, Harrison.
Great to be here.
You hear all these Obama officials claiming that Russia was responsible for this, for hacking the election, but it wasn't Russia. It was Barack Obama who gave the orders for them to take this and run with it, which of course stayed with the country for years.
Yeah, it was the predicate for everything that we're seeing for the past almost 10 years. You started with the Russia hoax. That led to the indictments. That led to the impeachments. That led to the lawfare that we saw for years. We all witnessed it. And you know who was in bed with the Democrats and Obama? The media. This was the same media that was pushing this entire narrative that the president was somehow a Russian asset. We all know it was false. We all knew when he was president of the United States what he did to Russia. He gave Ukraine Javelin missiles when Obama gave them pillows and blankets. President Trump was the person that was taking in all the shots from the Democrats from 2016, from the second he came down the elevator. And we all knew it was BS. And now we have Tulsi Gabbard that's able to put out the facts. And this is why if you look at the confirmation hearings, who got it the worst? Tulsi was one of the people that got it the worst because they knew exactly what she would do. Uncover the biggest scandal in politics, the insane, asinine Russian dossier that we all knew was false, but led to lawfare and indictments and the raiding of his home. Every American should be up in arms right now.
Harrison, you said it right there. We all knew. And in the last hour, we were discussing this, and we all said we all knew. We knew it, but the media was covering for them, and we couldn't get anyone at the FBI. They all, they all wouldn't admit guilt. Everybody lied. What do you do in that case? What's the way to handle this going forward? Is it prosecutions? Is it a special prosecutor? Is it trying this more in the media that wants to keep covering it up? What do you think?
Well, you tried in the media, and guess what the media did? They hired all these people. Brennan, all of these people, they're all hired, MSNBC and CNN. So the media is going to cover for their colleagues, of course, but we have a DNI and we have a Department of Justice and Attorney General Pam Bondi who is going to look into this and hold people accountable. I am sure of that. I worked for Pam Bondi when I was 22 years old. This is a woman that takes crime seriously. She is not going to abdicate her responsibilities because she doesn't want the Washington Post to say a bad thing about her. She's going to go over it because we have to deliver justice. We have to give the American people their due because we're the ones, the will of the American voter from 2016 on, who voted for President Trump in overwhelming majorities, had to deal with this. Our country was so divided from these investigations. Like I said before, it was the predicate for everything. Obama's hands are on this. And what is he doing now? He's over here with his wife doing a podcast, walking without flip-flops on the beach, acting like his whole career was everything and a bag of chips. It wasn't. It was the most corrupt presidency we've ever seen. We thought Joe Biden was bad. Now we know who was behind it all. It was Barack Hussein Obama, and we need answers.
Well, Harrison, in day one, President Trump has said that this White House was going to be open and transparent. Earlier this week, we had media reports mentioning that the president had bruising on his hands, swelling on his feet. And in a refreshing breath of transparency, we had full physical exam reports. He underwent Doppler ultrasound, and we got everything from it. We were able to close this book. You know, as a physician who has covered White House presidents since 2015, I can tell you I've never seen something like this before. We had questions, we had answers. Can you just talk us through a little bit about, you know, the mindset of the president? Like, why is he so dedicated to being so open and transparent?
Because he loves and respects the American people. There is a reason why he wants to engage with them, engage with the media, even the hostile media. He still wants to call and talk to them. When Kristen Welker calls, he answers. Why? Not because he likes Kristen Welker, because what that will do for the American people. Millions of people are going to be able to talk to him and listen to him. I've served in the press office for 2 administrations now. I was an assistant press secretary in Trump 1.0, now a principal deputy. From under Kayleigh McEnany to under Caroline Leavitt, we know what the mandate is. Get the message out, despite what they're going to say. Get the message out, because this is the mandate of the President of the United States. He respects the American people. He wants to level with them every step of the way. Compared to the last 4 years, where they lied to the American people from every second of the day was a lie. Inflation was under control. The border was secure. The world is a safer place. We all know it wasn't. This president is doing, he's the most transparent and accessible president. Let me tell you, we'll be sitting down ready to eat lunch. Call the press over to the Oval Office. For what? We don't know. The president wants to speak to them. This is who he is.
And this president also seems more physically and cognitively fit to be sitting in the White House.
He runs circles around us.
Yeah, and he certainly
Actually
he actually does, as opposed to some of the other things we've heard in the past, not just throwing shade, just calling it out. All right, now let me ask you this. House Republicans, as you know, are investigating the biggest, what a lot of people feel like is, without question, the biggest cover-up in American history. You just heard Dr. Sapphire allude to it, the Biden auto pin scandal. But almost all of the former Biden officials, Harrison, the ones that have been interviewed, you know, they're pleading the fifth time and time again, refusing to answer questions. So this White House is also apparently conducting its own investigation into the cover-up, pouring over thousands and thousands of documents, many coming from the National Archives. In fact, more than 1 million documents ultimately could be reviewed in total. So the question I have for you, sort of a two-parter. One, what can you tell us about the investigation? And two, what's your expectation moving forward?
Yeah, so it's an ongoing investigation, so I'm going to let the White House counsel and Department of Justice speak to it more at the appropriate time. But I can tell you that it is indeed on its way. Why? Because the last 4 years, we wondered who the heck was running our country. And now we know that it was probably a machine. The same machine that goes to sign letters for, you know, your 13th birthday or whatever, was running our country. But behind that machine was likely senior administrations officials that weren't elected. We didn't know these people's names, but they were running the country. Why? Because we had an inept and a decrepit president of the United States that didn't know what he ate for breakfast, but somehow can lead this country. And we saw what happened. He led this country into the dirt. The open border, the economy, the wars, the just chaos across every corner of this country. This president is determined to clean it up. So while he's correcting, making inflation better, jobs reports after jobs reports looking incredible, our border secure, he's trying to get peace globally. The investigators are having to look into who exactly was running this country and what senior staffers were doing this and what was the sinister motive behind it all. This investigation is going to be so important because the American people have so many questions. And we all know Joe Biden was not running this country. And if in fact it was a machine, that's a problem. And if he was ceding his power to staffers to sign pardons like Fauci's pardon, like Hunter Biden's pardon, to the January 6th committee pardons, we need answers, because if he was asleep at the wheel and this machine was just signing legal documents after legal documents, that's a problem. I've seen the president sign executive orders. I've seen him sign the pardons. It is his right hand doing it. It is that beautiful Sharpie marker doing it. It is not a machine.
A lot of people are going to be wondering if we're talking about Nira, are we talking about Zients, are we talking about Monaco? Keep those names in mind. A lot of people want to know exactly who was the brains, Rice, who are the brains behind the pin?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, what is your response to the staffers who've been brought in front of Congress for testimony so far, pleading the fifth and saying, we're not going to talk about it? You'd think that after saying for years that the president was running circles around them, that they would want to go in and do some honor to his name and say he was fit as we said he was, but they're not doing that.
Yeah, they had googly eyes in the West Wing for a long time, and now their eyes are probably like, oh crap, we've got a problem on our hands. And they probably wish they auto-pen signed a pardon for themselves, because now they find themselves in a lot of hot water. James Comer isn't playing around. He's going to, and my old boss, Byron Donalds, is on the oversight committee too. These people are going to be held accountable. What that looks like, the jury's still out for that. But the fact that they're pleading the fifth, that's a problem. It speaks to the level of cover-up. It's the largest cover-up, the largest corruption this nation has probably ever seen. We thought Watergate was a problem. No, we thought Benghazi was a problem. It was. But what we're seeing right now is absolutely insane. And these are the same people that wag their fingers at us to tell us how bad President Trump was, how bad his administration was. But meanwhile, they were the corrupt ones. They were doing the same exact thing they lied and said President Trump was doing. And President Trump wasn't doing any of it. But the American people, almost 80 million of them, knew the truth. And this is why President Trump won in such a resounding mandate. And this is why he's back behind that resolute.
More to come for sure. Harrison Fields, White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's great to have you. We'll see you back in D.C.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sir. Hey, Sean.
Questions as he finally gets a meeting with House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Still no endorsement, but they will meet again. It just underscores the Democrats' identity crisis as they face a rock bottom 19% approval rating. Should the party embrace Zoran's hot socialist summer of rent freezes, free buses, city-run grocery stores, defunding the cops, and tossing cash bail in the trash? Or do they pump the brakes and at least pretend to be the party of moderation? Every other day, another video reemerges of Zoran's radical past, including this insanity about abolishing private property. Watch.
The system has hundreds of thousands of people unhoused, right? For what? And if there was any system that could guarantee each person housing, whether you call it the abolition of private property or you call it, just a statewide housing guarantee, it is preferable to what is going on right now. And I think that people try and play like gotcha games about these kinds of things. And it's like, look, I care more about whether somebody has a home.
But Dems are already warming up to those radical policies. Liz Warren is giving her stamp of approval to government-run grocery stores.
It's a new and fresh plan for New York City, but it's been tried in other cities around the country and has had some real successes. So what I hear Mamdani saying is, I want to try things to make it work for working families. And you know what? This is how democracy works. A lot of people in New York City said, that sounds good to me. I'd rather try that than any of the other alternatives available to me. I support that.
Good luck with that, comrade. History is pretty clear. Socialist policies turn thriving countries into breadline bonanzas. And yet, Tim Walz is stumped by why Democrats are seen as anti-success.
It's capturing this idea of wealth and being able to be successful, which we as Democrats, we want people to pay their fair share, but why are we against people being successful like that? We can't be. Why are we against? We should talk about businesses. Not all businesses exploit their workers, and we get ourselves stuck in that.
Oh, well,
and
Governor,
I think we lose that.
Jessica, I want to start with you as a Democrat here in the city. How do you weigh all of these proposals by Mamdani that are clearly untenable and unsustainable with the fact that it would drive out anyone here that could flee, leaving behind the poor, the criminals, and the rats only? And how is this shaping the direction of the Democrat Party in New York City, which is the home of the largest Jewish population outside of Israel, from someone that is clearly an anti-Semite to boot?
Okay.
What? Why are you laughing?
Because there was like 95 questions.
Just a two-parter.
Okay. So I am not a Mamdani person. I've made that perfectly clear. I think this is such a stain on the Cuomo and Adams campaigns that they did no opposition research whatsoever, that these things are being unearthed now, and none of it is hidden, right? These are old tweets, these are old interviews, et cetera. I don't know if the outcome would have been different. He won by an enormous amount. I think the opposition was obviously flawed as well. putting Cuomo up. But to say that these policies are going to drive out anyone who is not poor or criminal just isn't true. His policies are basically Bill de Blasio's policies, and people stayed here. Rich people stayed here. We lost folks during COVID for sure, but we have seen this before. Like de Blasio froze the rent as well. So I think we have to move away from that kind of talk. Elizabeth Warren, when you say, everyone's falling in line, Elizabeth Warren is a far left progressive, but she is right that these stores have been tried before, that in places like Kansas and Florida, which are both right leaning. So I think we need to drop that. As for the endorsements, Hochul, Jeffries, Richie Torres, they're doing what I think they should be doing, which is expressing in these conversations with him the concerns that their constituents have. And maybe they get to the point where they endorse, or maybe they don't, but they should be talking to him, and they should continue to say things like you brought up. We have a big Jewish population in our district. Globalize the Intifada means something very specific to them, and he's already backtracked off of that. But these policies are going to hurt small businesses. This is what I'm worried about, and we move from there. But this is an ideology. This is people who fight and people who capitulate, and the people who fight are the ones that are going to win these primaries, and that's why he managed this.
But that's the thing, Greg. So for all of us who live here, or ordinary New Yorkers, if this feels like ideology, but the whole point is if it is actually implemented, abolish prisons, abolish cash bail, abolish medical bills, end all cooperation with ICE, rent freeze, abolish private health insurance. Like, there is such a long line of absolutely untenable things. So how is this in any way reflective of ordinary New Yorkers that are frightened for the state of the city, especially on the streets?
It's not untenable. It's happening. We have all those things you mentioned are happening. They are tenable. That's the funny thing. We can't pretend like this guy is out of the ordinary. He actually represents the party, the modern woke party, anti-law enforcement, anti-capitalist, pro-trans, pro-illegal, pro-criminal. He's not the radical past. He's the radical present. If the party feels differently about that, as Jessica says, then they really, really gotta talk louder about it, because that's the problem. You guys didn't speak up. You grew this monster because you were too scared to discipline it as it expanded into every facet of our lives. Imagine if you had nipped wokeism in the bud rather than waiting for us to slay it with Trump. The Democratic Party are like parents of a criminal teen who raised him without any discipline or common sense, and then you released him into the wild, i.e. our world, and now we have to deal with it, and now you're going like, yeah, I predict that when he gets the nomination, they're going to fall behind him. They will. They'll say, oh, he's changed. I want to talk about Tim Walz because that guy is such a... All right, I'll say douchebag. Number one, if you don't understand success, then nothing is fair. And so when he says, I don't understand why the Dems are seen as anti-successful when what we want is everybody to pay their fair share. Well, get this. The idea of fair share is such an undefinable term that you can apply it to anybody who is successful, even if they've already paid their fair share. Success to you isn't fair. You have the top 1% pays all of 40% of all federal taxes. The top 5% pays 61% of all Fed taxes, more than the bottom 90% combined. So what if we did pay the objectively fair share? That it would be a fraction of that. Because when you read that data, you realize that ain't fair. That ain't fair. So their idea of fair is punitive. It's driven by envy. All of these policies are driven by envy. It's not necessarily that I want what you have. I just don't want you to have it.
Right. And isn't this all coming from such a hypocritical position? All of these guys in DC. Liz Warren, she's not walking the streets here. I mean, Zoran himself lives in a $3 million Chelsea condo, right? It's the positions of luxury that they can talk about imposing this on New York City.
Have you ever hosted Thanksgiving dinner?
Once.
You know how it's all about the sides? And you make a lot of sides, and sometimes you screw the sides up, but you can hide the sides. Or sometimes people bring sides that are so disgusting, you don't even put them out to serve. You can't do that with the turkey. The turkey's the main course. And when you burn the turkey, the whole house smokes up, and you serve it, it's dry, and everybody knows the turkey stinks. Mondami is the main course. Besides the president of the United States, New York City mayor is the most powerful executive political position in the country. There's no hiding Mondami. This guy's going to be covered by the Post, the Daily News, the New York Times, MSNBC, CNN, Fox News every single day. And not only that, he's going to be lighting the Christmas tree at Rockefeller Center. First Muslim. Wow, that's exciting. He's going to be doing the countdown on New Year's Eve in Times Square. He's going to be standing next to Donald Trump at the 9/11 ceremony. There is no hiding this guy. This guy is in the middle of the Democrats' plate, and there's nowhere for them to run, and there's nowhere for them to hide. Abolishing private property, price controls, chanting slogans that Hamas chants. You guys, Greg's right. This guy is the same guy all Democrats are behind closed doors. After a few drinks, they all say the same thing this commie says. And they love him because he's authentic, because he's dumb or brave enough to say what they're all thinking behind closed doors.
I know. That's right. That's right. Just one more hour till Trace Gallagher. Happy Thursday, everyone. So Kristi Noem hinted that people will now be able to bring more than 3.4 ounces of liquid on flights. But one woman is hoping that they up that to a half gallon. Let's do it. I'm with you, baby. Andrew Cuomo is being blasted for a new campaign ad where he helps jumpstart a man's car, which is odd considering he usually only stops to check out women's headlights. Yeah. Hunter Biden said he tried to stay out of his dad's administration. It's true. He claimed he was just living at the White House because he wanted to bang Jill. A New York Times editorial claims defunding NPR and PBS is like defunding the police. It's true. Think of all the times you've been violently assaulted and thought, man, if only the cast of Downton Abbey were here. Trump's tariffs brought in $64 billion in the second quarter. Even Biden officials were impressed, saying, think of how many drag shows in Africa that could pay for. A New York man who filmed up to 13,000 people in a hospital bathroom won't get jail time. But thanks to all that experience filming hours of crap, he's been named head of programming at CNN. Worked on that one. All right. I apologize for this next joke. On Wednesday, a speeding truck spilled over 20,000 rotten eggs in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Why was he in such a hurry? Well, he didn't want to be the last one there. All right. I'm not explaining it because I'm ashamed of it. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. The Steve Miller Band has canceled all of its tour dates because of global warming.
Oh, God.
Yeah, organizers admit it's a waste of fuel to go from Phoenix, Arizona, all the way to Tacoma, Philadelphia, Atlanta, LA. Nice. And finally, according to a new study, magic mushrooms can extend the lifespan of rodents. Yeah. Well, I guess Richard Gere's gerbil gets to go on 2 trips. Yeah, he gets to go on 2 trips now. Not just 1, but 2 trips. All right. So Joe Biden's longtime aide was called to testify on Joe's decline. Well, I hope someone asked him if President Joe Biden was fit to exercise the duties of the president.
Was President Joe Biden fit to exercise the duties of the president?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question pursuant to my Fifth Amendment rights under the Constitution.
Gotta say, it's good to see that fella found work since they canceled Portlandia. But that was Jill Biden's so-called work husband, which is like being her regular husband, except with more solid food and less diarrhea. Anthony Brunel was Jill's chief of staff and an assistant to Joe Biden, which is pretty amazing, given that having just one of those jobs would have you skydiving without a parachute. But according to Jake Tapper's book, he had another job, running the country. He was part of a tight-knit inner circle they called the Politburo, who acted as Joe's ultimate decision makers. And according to his old staff, he was no Mr. Rogers, with one former aide calling him the worst person they ever met. Well, I guess he's never met this guy. But this fella is not just some loyal no-name. He's a main player. And he's the second Biden administration member to plead the fifth after his old doc refused to answer questions last week. I haven't seen this many people go quiet since Britt Hume asked Special Report if they wanted to see his tramp stamp. So obviously they're hiding something. Like, why would Joe never take any interviews? Who was behind the last-minute pardons? Who made the terrible decisions, the kind that turned a career moderate into a Bolshevik? And why was his schedule emptier than a swimming pool near a burrito truck? Meanwhile, Hunter has his own beef, saying the Dems only lost because lost to Trump because they weren't loyal to his father, the leader of the party. Yeah, that's the reason, champ. So you don't think the border had anything to do with it, or the sky-high inflation? How about the economy propped up by fake statistics and government jobs? Or the fact that Joe turned into a Volvo crash dummy every time he encountered a staircase? Appearing on the former DNC chair's podcast, Think Joe Rogan for people who've been spayed or neutered. Hunter painted Joe's 24 bid in a positive light, that his father had the advantage of incumbency and an incredibly successful administration. Yeah. Sorry, dude. Calling Biden's White House an incredibly successful administration is like calling Liquid Plumber an incredibly successful laxative. It's not. I learned the hard way. Hunter also called BS on Tapper's claim that he acted as his dad's chief of staff, saying that when it came to the White House, he stayed as far away as he possibly could. But we know better. The only time Hunter stays away is if Maury Povich tells him he's the dad. Fact is, Joe was never in charge. That's the real story, and it's one so shameful the media covered it up like black spray paint on Jesse's bald spot. So how do we get these answers? How do we give the most consequential political scandal of our time the justice that it deserves? House Republicans have an idea. Ask Joe and Jill. The GOP isn't ruling out calling on the former first couple to testify. Florida Congressman Byron Donald said he wants to subpoena every member of the Biden administration about the cover-up. He claims he doesn't care if they were a secretary, a janitor, or even Joe's mortician. But I can picture it now. Comer would put Joe under oath, but first he'd have to ask him to turn around. But it's not like it can get any worse for the Dems. They're polling at an all-time low at 19%. They're less popular than AIDS at a kissing booth. I know. It's not popular at all. So will Joe take the stand, even if he can barely stand? Well, why not ask him? So, Joe, are you going to testify?
Oh, yeah, come on, man. I'll testify, all right. I'll raise my right hand and I'll swear to hold the men and women and the thing. Anyway, look, I'm serious about this. Any court in the land, you pick the judge. Judge Judy, Judge Wapner. Wapner, he's a good guy. Wapner every day at 4, I used to watch him. And I remember I went on a road trip with my brother Charlie. And every day I made Charlie pull over the Buick Roadmaster so he could watch People's Court. That's right. And then we ended up in Vegas and counted cards. Made 85 grand. True story, not a joke.
Let's welcome tonight's guest. He looks like a guy who files noise complaints before 8 p.m. Fox News contributor Tom Shalhoub. You've seen him at clubs across the country selling hot dogs. Writer and comedian Joe DeVito. He uses big words and gives hope to nerds. Senior editor at the Free Press, Will Roth. And she hates government pork and once interviewed Bjork. Host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, Kennedy. Tom, did you miss doing Joe Biden?
Yeah.
Hadn't done that in a while.
I know it's good. It's good to be back. You know,
It takes you a while to get out of character.
Exactly. It's no, I love doing it, even though it's the same joke every time.
No, they should not have listen.
No hearings?
I hate hearings. You never get anywhere with the hearings. The thing is, we all know what happened. We saw it with our own eyes. We saw it unfolding as he was president. And the idea that we're going to be like, discover something. We know he was an old man. He could barely function.
But then what about justice?
I mean, it's like, what are you going to do? I almost feel bad for these guys. Like this guy was terrible. He couldn't do his job. But you're the chief of staff. I mean, what are you going to do? Like, I wouldn't let him talk either.
Yeah.
I'd be like, we can't send him out there. That would be malpractice. So, the whole thing's, it's a mystery, Greg. I mean, are you going to get justice? What do you do?
I think if we had an actual journalism industry, they would go after this story like a dog on a bone. I just came up with that. But they won't. So it's up to us. And you're right. All hearings are is grandstanding. It's just a bunch of people who want to be on TV getting their sound bites. It's a lot harder than it looks. So I think, no, I get it, but you offer no solutions. I don't know why I have you on the show. Joe. Oh, thank you. You agree. DeVito, I love that Hunter Biden is accusing the Democrat Party of not being loyal to his dad. He banged his brother's wife.
Yeah.
His brother died, and he gets his brother's wife hooked on what? Meth?
Yeah.
And then bangs her. He basically turned her out like a whore.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh.
That's actually a good plan if your father's Joe Biden, because it's one less name for him to forget. So, but yeah, Hunter talking about loyalty. I mean, he's in the loyalty program for Motel 6. Every third stay he gets a free prostitute. Yeah, it's insane. But I think Tom, in a way, has a point that I'm tired of this even being called a cover-up at this point, because we watched it happening. We saw Joe Biden at the debates. I've never seen a debate where the podium had an IV next to it and a handrail. I mean, it was a mess. So I think the only thing we can do is take a look at it and say, how do we stop this from happening again? But the part I want to see is if he was this incapacitated, these pardons have to be null and void, because auto pen, he could work an auto crayon. He was out of it.
That's the solution Tom didn't come up with that you did, Joe. You stay. Okay, so Will, all right, you kind of get where they're going at. They're saying we shouldn't have a committee, but imagine that the situation was reversed. This was a Republican administration that had a senile president that covered it up with the Dems and the media would go out of their way to destroy it. And instead, we're just going like, move on. That's wrong.
All right. Yeah. I mean, you're right. That is what would happen to a Republican. Like, we all know that.
Yes.
Republicans and Democrats are subjected to different rules by the mainstream press, the legacy press. But, hasn't this really taught us that maybe we don't even need a president? Like, I mean, isn't that sort of the big lesson? And not only that, you think about it, it's like maybe there's this new world order, this global cabal that controls everything. And then you find out it's really just kind of like a bunch of dopes. It's like Joe Biden, who at like his best was, not a genius, let's say.
Yeah.
And then his like closest friends, his people and everything, also probably not the brightest people in America. And they're running the show. The federal bureaucracy is marching along. The cabinet secretaries are doing their things. Yeah, a lot of bad stuff happens.
Yes,
but
a lot.
it's like, but it's the same bad stuff that would have happened if Biden was competent and with it.
Okay, I agree that the difference between no Biden and Biden in a Biden administration might be minimal.
Yeah.
But they got him into the White House based on a moderate thing. And then we end up with no border, all this trans hysteria, criminal justice reform that lets people out, and people like you, Will, on this show.
Thank you, Gregory.
You're welcome.
It's always good to see you.
It's great to see you. Later, drinks. Kennedy,
Hi.
how are you?
Good.
Great. So Joe brings up a good point about, okay, let's say you don't go after them in the sense of a committee hearing like they did with January 6th, which was this big theater, but you go after the pardons and you go after the commutations. There was two different things, I think. Is that possible? We've talked about this.
Well, if it is possible, I think Democrats would be all ears and all eyes because they want to figure out how to undo everything that Trump is doing right now. And they will anticipate. So if the precedent is that you can go ahead and
I can't stand that chick. This is probably going to be one of the last ones. I can't find the one that I wanted. And I'll come back on and do a Epstein Trump episode. I had to keep it separate. I was getting tired of combining it all.
The Trump administration may also reopen Alcatraz as a federal prison, including housing illegal migrants who have committed crimes. Attorney General Pam Bondi and Interior Secretary Doug Burgum touring the facility yesterday. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
This was an idea of the president. He spoke about it in May, and he directed his administration to review a reopening plan for Alcatraz if it is possible, which is why the Attorney General and the Secretary of Interior have traveled there today. And just to follow up, Libby, on who the president wants to see housed in Alcatraz, the worst of the worst criminals in this country, both American criminals who convict heinous crimes, but also illegal alien criminals before deportation as well.
Well, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem in talks with 5 other Republican governors about building their own versions of the migrant detention center in Florida, known as Alligator Alcatraz. I want to bring in White House border czar Tom Homan. Tom, good morning. It's always great to speak with you, sir. The work that you're doing is incredible. And congratulations on the lack of apprehensions. I mean, to see these new numbers come from CBP is I think, such a comfort to many Americans. What do you make, though, of this idea of Alcatraz in San Francisco becoming a place for illegals to be housed before they're deported?
Well, first of all, let me give credit to the most secure border in the history of this nation, the President Trump, his leadership, his executive orders, and the men and women of the Border Patrol, the 20,000 men and women standing on that front line every day, 24/7. So God bless them. They're out there doing America's work. Look, I'm with the president. I mean, we need detention beds. Thank goodness we got the big, beautiful bill passed, because right now we got about 59,000 in custody. But this morning I woke up, we got less than 400 beds available, 400 empty beds right now. We'll fill them, by noon. So we're constantly chasing our tail, trying to get as many removal flights as possible to clear up some more beds and continue arresting the worst of the worst. So I'm with the president. We need the beds. We got to get the 100,000 beds, maybe even more. We have the money to do it. So we can't rest. We got to get out there right now, get as many beds as we can, as many transportation contracts as we can, both over the ground and in the air, and as many contractors as we can, and boots on the ground.
Yeah.
So we're not waiting. We're moving quickly.
Well, California's Alcatraz is a popular tourist attraction. I do want to say it. And I did hear Secretary Bondi say that basically or the Attorney General, that it would be expensive to switch it over. But what do you make of this idea of these other states that could do something similar to what they've done in Florida, which is Alligator Alcatraz? I mean, this facility was created very quickly, and many lawmakers have been down there. They said that it is safe. It is not, all of these, the Democrats yelling and saying it was going to be dangerous. It is not. But this is a way. What other states would you like to see give you the beds that you need to make sure that these deportations are carried out successfully and quickly?
I would like every state to step up, but they won't. I mean, I think the red states know that that's a place where we can have facilities, and the states have an interest in this too, because they got to understand criminal aliens are in every state in this country. MS-13 is now in every state of this country. TDA is in 41 states of this country. The border problem under Joe Biden wasn't just Texas and Arizona problem. 97% of those across the border didn't stay in Texas and Arizona. They're in every city in this country. So we'd like every state to step up. So Governor DeSantis led on that. It's a great facility, and we'll build facilities that are at our detention standards. And if you look at the ICE detention standards, go to ice.gov and look at detention standards. We have the highest detention standards in the industry. Well, I'll compare our detention standards to any state or federal facility in the country.
Well, I want to move to another issue with regards to the border, because ICE agents are facing a staggering, and we talked about it this week on the program, 830% increase in assaults over the last year. Democratic lawmakers and state leaders are still pushing for legislation to unmask these ICE officers, even as agents are saying that they're being doxxed. Their families are being put in danger. These are documented threats against people trying to do their jobs. And Fox News' very own Matt Finn interviewed an ICE agent whose personal information was posted online. Watch what he told Matt.
My 3 kids, and she doesn't have the ability to protect herself like I do. Every night before my family goes to sleep, I sit with them, tell them everything's going to be okay. When they do end up falling asleep, I take it upon myself to walk around our house to make sure all the cameras are working, check everything, make sure it's powered up, and that's become the unfortunate routine now.
What do you make that, Tom? I mean, you've spoken about having to live apart from your family because you've had a barrage of death threats, but it's happening to these agents as well.
Like I do, I have 9 cameras on one house, 11 cameras on the other. But bottom line is, I'm the border czar, so I expect that. But the men and women who are out there serving this nation every day, 3 o'clock this morning, maybe you're not, but while most of us are sleeping, the men and women of ICE are out there in surveillance trying to arrest the worst public safety threats and national security threats. We're at a point now with those who enforce the law, the bad guys, and those who broke the law, the victims. And you're exactly right. Members of Congress have emboldened people on the left, the nuts, now are emboldened. If if a member of Congress can compare ICE to a terrorist group or to the Nazis, then I have the right to attack them and attack their families. So the members of Congress need to stop the rhetoric, because I said 2 months ago, if this rhetoric continues, there'll be bloodshed, and I was right. Unfortunately, I was right. A man was killed trying to attack a Border Patrol facility in Texas. And in the same week, they tried to ambush ICE agents at a facility in El Dorado, Texas. And it's not over. We're going to see more of this unless the rhetoric stops. ICE is enforcing the laws that Congress enacted. If Congress doesn't like what ICE is doing, then change the law. They're not making this up. And as far as the other people ICE is arresting, they're arresting people that federal immigration judges ordered removed. Their job is to execute those orders. ICE is doing their job, making America safe every day. So the rhetoric needs to stop.
Doing their job. Very well said. Before you go, 5 Iranian nationals and 2 Uzbekistani nationals are all under arrest for trying to cross the northern border illegally. They've been detained. They're awaiting deportation, Tom. You've been warning about Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S.
And look, I'm glad they're apprehended. Another good thing about the big, beautiful bill, we can put more resources on that northern border. We don't have enough resources. We don't have enough boots on the ground. We don't have enough technology. I've been working with the leadership in Canada about how we can better secure that border. The big, beautiful bill will give us more boots on the ground, more technology, and Canada's offering to make that a border solid from the north-south. So we're working with them. We'll see where it goes. But all attention's on the northern border, and we understand that that's a vulnerability.
Tom, before you go, I have to say that, at 4 o'clock this morning, I was in Times Square, going through Times Square, coming to work. And you know what I saw for the first time in probably 3 years? Tourists walking around Times Square, not Venezuelan gang members, Trendiaragua. I saw tourists enjoying the city of New York. That's because of the southern border being closed and the ICE agents, these men and women that are doing their job. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Tom Homan.
You got it.
All right.
And Burgum were touring Alcatraz Island just days ago. A lot to discuss here about the significance of this and what the future holds. So I do want to bring in Hugh Hurwitz, former acting director of the Federal Bureau of Prisons, to discuss it a little bit further. Hugh, thank you so much for taking the time to join us today.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, the question that's on everyone's mind, based on your expertise, your experience, is reopening Alcatraz a real possibility?
Well, I guess anything's possible if you put enough money to it. It's going to take a massive investment in funds, and it's going to take a number of years. As you probably saw in the video there, the building is not in any kind of shape to be housing any people. There's no budget for this right now, and it's going to take a lot of money to do it. Probably in the neighborhood of I think between $500 million and $1 billion. Although I've seen reports citing some administration officials saying it could cost as much as $2 billion. So it's going to take a lot of money to do this. But yeah, if money's no object, then sure, it can probably be done.
Kind of going a little bit deeper into that here, what are maybe some of the logistical obstacles and maybe even legal obstacles that would have to be overcome?
Sure. Well, I mean, logistically, it's going to take a huge effort. The walls, the ceilings are moldy. They're falling down, if they even still exist. The building is not going to be, I don't think, is even repairable. They're going to pretty much have to tear it down and then rebuild and put a new building or new buildings there. So remember what that means. I mean, you're on an island. So it's not like they can just drive a bunch of dump trucks up and cart away all the debris and bring all the construction materials on. You're going to have to use boats and barges, and it's going to take a lot more time and a lot more effort to build a prison. Even if they try to renovate what's there, besides the fact that it's literally falling down, there's no modern security, there's no cameras. So all of that needs to be put in place, along with pretty much replacing the entire guts of all of these buildings. So that in itself is going to be a huge effort. And then, legally, the Bureau of Prisons doesn't own it. There's ways to get it transferred back to them, but there's environmental laws that are going to be in place, then the NEPA and Environmental Protection Act, that's going to require a lot of steps to go through before they can just decide to build a prison there or even renovate it. So I'm not familiar with all of those legal laws, but I know that itself is a process. The NEPA process itself is a process that's going to probably take 1 to 2 years to do if they started today. So you're talking about well beyond the end of the Trump administration before anything is going to be built there, if they try and do it.
Just based on your expertise and your opinion overall, to see Bondi and Burgum actually there taking this tour, does that really mean anything about the plan officially moving forward in any way?
Sure. Well, I mean, look, they're following through on what the president asked them to do. The president asked them to look into it, and that's what they're doing. I think once they look into it and realize the logistical challenges, the massive costs, there are way cheaper ways to build a high security prison if they even need to do that. And I don't think they do, but there are other ways to do that. And I think they'll find that out once they do the assessment that they're doing, that they're going to do. And, look, if I was the attorney general, I'd be doing the same thing. The president asked me to look into it, and that's what they're doing. I wouldn't read anything into that until we hear what their assessment is, once they've had professional teams that know how to do construction look into it.
When you talk about the modern day supermax prisons, how do those compare to what Alcatraz used to be? I know we're going back decades there to even discuss that, but how do they compare? Do they compare?
Yeah, I mean, there's really no comparison. I mean, Alcatraz was a place to house people in the most secure, confining conditions. As a matter of fact, the cells in Alcatraz were tiny. As a matter of fact, if you were 6 foot, I think they were less than 6 feet high. So if you're a 6 foot person today, you can't even stand up in a cell at Alcatraz. Today, the Bureau of Prisons has what they call Supermax Prison in Florence, Colorado. That was built to replace Alcatraz. That has got much higher security, sally ports. It has state-of-the-art technology, cameras, sensors, electronic controls for the cells. So it's completely different and much, much more modern than anything Alcatraz has ever been used for. Alcatraz is also very small. Alcatraz, I think, had a capacity of a little over 330 or so, and they usually only held about 260 people there. The ADX in Florence that I referenced before has a capacity of 490, and as it is, that's the Bureau of Prisons' smallest high security prison. The Bureau of Prisons has other high security prisons that hold upwards of 1,000 people or more. So it's just completely different than anything else that the Bureau of Prisons is operating today.
And you're looking at some of that aerial video of the tour earlier on, just really a few days ago here with Pam Bondi. Now, what led, and I don't want to go too far into the weeds here, but what led to Alcatraz being closed all those decades ago? Was there one single thing that caused it to be closed?
Sure. Alcatraz was closed a number of years ago because of the cost. It was very expensive to operate the prison at Alcatraz. Again, remember, you have to boat everything in. Staff have to come in by boat. Food has to come in by boat. Water has to come in by boat. I mean, they didn't have anything there on the islands, and there's no trucks could drive up and deliver it. So everything has to come in by boat. If there was an emergency, if somebody needed to go to the hospital, I mean, they had to take a boat to get them to the mainland to then get them to the hospital. So it was just very expensive to operate. As a matter of fact, I believe back in 1959, toward the end of the Alcatraz, the cost then was, compared to today, about $139 a day using today's dollars back then. Today, that would be $500 a day per person. So it's 4 or 5 times more expensive than operating any other prison. And so ultimately, they decided it was too expensive to operate, and that's why they closed it down.
My last question for you here, just again, kind of based on your expertise, your opinion, all of that here. Anything about Alcatraz that is maybe a misconception that you think Americans should know about Alcatraz in general, or maybe just don't know?
Well, one of the big things about it, and one of the reasons why the president is interested in it, has talked about it, is because it has this lore that it's escape proof. It's out in the middle of the bay, shark-infested waters. Nobody is known to have escaped, although there are people that disappeared and never were found, and so it's questionable whether or not they escaped or drowned. But nothing is 100% escape proof. And even as it is today, it's not like the Bureau of Prisons has an escape problem. People aren't escaping from Bureau of Prisons prisons. So I don't know whether or not it's really needed, but that's really this lore about Alcatraz, is that it's 100% escape proof. And today's world, if somebody were trying to escape, and maybe somebody would bring a boat up to the island and get them and help them off or whatever. But I think it's different today than it was back in 1959.
And not to keep throwing questions your way, but I just thought of another one here. Are there any benefits overall, in your expertise and opinion, to reopening Alcatraz versus maybe building another Supermax type prison?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what real benefits there are. I mean, like I said, it's going to be very expensive to operate. There are plenty of places in this country where we could build a Supermax if we needed it. Remember, they already have the ADX, which has the highest, most secure inmates in the country housed there now, and it's not even full. So it's not like the Bureau of Prisons is looking for more super high security prison space. So they don't really need it. Like I said, they use the ADX, but if someone decided they needed it, there's certainly other places that we could build a prison that would be far less expensive than at Alcatraz.
All right, Hugh, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here and help break it all down. Anything else that you want to add about Alcatraz, the situation in general here, before I let you go?
No, like I said, I think the president's looking for a place to house what he said, the worst of the worst. And certainly, that's what Alcatraz always did. And some famous criminals were held there. But like I said, the ADX is already housing places like El Chapo, the shoe bomber, Richard Reed, the Boston Marathon bomber, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. People like that are already housed at the ADX. So, we've already got a place to put the worst of the worst.
All right. Hugh Hurwitz there, former acting director of the Federal Bureau of Prisons. Thank you again for taking the time to join us here and help discuss all of this. We appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
And as you saw, Pam Bondi did speak exclusively there with Fox's David Spunt. We do have a few more of the comments that were made during that interview. Very brief, but I do want to play it for you here on Live Now from Fox.
Alcatraz could hold the worst of the worst. It could hold middle-class violent prisoners. It could hold illegal aliens. It could hold anything. This is a terrific facility, needs a lot of work, but no one has been known to escape from Alcatraz and survive.
Well, critics of the move, John, and there are plenty, say this is a distraction from other headlines, including the Epstein story, and this may just be a shiny object from the president. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, who represents San Francisco, called this, quote, the stupidest initiative yet of the Trump administration.
Well, President Trump is all about keeping America safe. That's what Nancy Pelosi should be caring about, with the violent crime happening here in California, with our ICE officers being attacked. You've seen all the headlines.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna go ahead and call. Am I muted? Yeah, no, I'm not muted. I'm gonna see. Let me talk to the chat real fast. What's up, chat? I'm about to get up out of here. I'll come back on and do a Epstein Trump stream, but I got tired of just going all Epstein. So I had to switch it up. What up, Sean Willis? What up, Ryan? How you doing, Monica? Fast Bobby, what's good with it, man? C Unit was good. Behavior Bender, good to see you as usual. Paul, what up, bro? Stephanie, what's up, man? Or woman, I don't want to call you either, but I think you're a dude. Paul again. Anybody else I'm missing? Darren, what's good, bro? I just wanted to say what's up to everybody before I end this stream. I will come back on with the Epstein, Trump, more Trump stuff. There's maybe some speeches that he's done recently and a bunch of new Epstein stuff. But I needed to re-up. I need to eat something. And I'll be back through probably like 45 minutes or something. An hour. So funny only Democrats. What's up, Jet? Funny only Democrats care about what's being spent. And it's Republicans and want to pretend the last 4 years didn't happen. I know, Jet. They're living in denial, brother. Absolutely. It's absolutely insane that we had to sit there and watch these people be just destroy our country, bring all these people in that we are now deporting out. It's just like the most unproductive shit that we've ever had go on in our country, in my opinion. Just got completely invaded, and now we're trying to get rid of them. And the people of our own country are fighting to keep these people in. I mean, goodness gracious. I have no problem with any type of nationality or anything like that. But bro, come here the right way. I welcome you with all arms. But if you come here illegally, it's no different than if Sean Willis or Ryan Lee goes to the store and takes some lumber from Home Depot, right? And get arrested. They're still breaking the law, bro. They got to go to jail. Why should these people be able to break the law and nobody even knows who they are and they get paid to come here? That's crazy talk. That's crazy talk. They got paid to come here. So that's enough right there for me. Like, when it comes to all this, that was one of my main things I voted for Trump for, is to get rid of all these damn illegals, to be honest. That's why I voted for Trump. You know, I never expected an Epstein file. You know, I would like to get the truth. Anybody wants the truth, but I didn't expect it. That wasn't like my top 5 reasons why I voted for Trump. All y'all fucking people act like, oh, Trumpers just went there and said, oh, we voted for him because of Epstein. Nah, man. Nah, we've already been talking about Epstein for a decade. We're talking about what's going on right now in our country. Right now, at least if there's all these wars going on, we got Trump as our leader, not some brain dead idiot or some woman named Kamala. Could you imagine having her in charge? We'd be effed. Nobody's gonna respect her. We haven't been respected in a long time. In a long time. We finally starting to get respect back. A lot of you people are haters, but I think you're a minority. I think y'all just are the loudest. Thousands of people watch this show. Lots of hate, but there's lots of love. There can't be all hate. You know, it can't be all hate. That's for sure. So, you know, people bitch about certain things, but yet you're here. The world doesn't respect us, but how is there a proof that though, Ben? There's no proof of that, bro. The only president that I know of with proof in the last 10 years is Biden. I already went over this over and over and over. There's video of him for hours sniffing and touching little kids, bro. And you're calling this dude one? You should be ashamed for even making that dumbass fucking comment. The fuck? You sound stupid, bro. There's not one time you've seen Trump on camera touching a little kid, bro. And then the other one is absolutely Clinton. So what's that got to do with Trump? That's 2 Democrats. That's 2 Democrats. Not 1, but 2, bro. That's not Trump. Where's the proof of Trump? There's proof of Clinton. There's proof of freaking Biden. Where's the proof of Trump? Before people come in and start yelling that's why I block it all, because there's no fucking proof. What's up, HM? How you doing, homie? Welcome back. You did not, liar. Prove it, Ben. Prove it. I don't think you did, bro. That's an absolute lie. It's dumb, bro. That's a stupid lie, man. Yeah, Ashley Biden's diary. Does nobody talk about that? Of course not. Of course not. Nobody ever talks about Ashley Biden's diary. No one ever talks about him on C-SPAN. No one ever talks about the Obama scandals with the smoking crack in the bathroom stall with the gay man. No one talks about that shit. But that's real shit. All three people that testified against Obama in his scandal are unalived at this moment. No one ever talks about the Clintons, and all the people that end up not alive in their path because of all this fucked up shit that they've done. And you want to talk about being fucking embarrassed of our president? The worst thing I could think of, and I think it's kind of funny, is he banged a porn star, paid her off, and told her to shut up. So what? She wasn't no kid, bro. That was an adult, man. That was an adult. Where's the kid involved, bro? It just sounds so stupid. It is, dude. They're just a bunch of, hey, look, they deflect on themselves. They're the party of, changing trans, kids. They're the party of literally destroying our children, but yet they're crying Epstein. Why? Why? Are you guys like kind of getting weird with this list? Because it seems like y'all are obsessed with Epstein. It's kind of weird to me. Like, really, y'all are really weird with it. I was sitting here showing a video just today of men that were arrested for just shit, normal shit, all the same shit that Epstein's doing, just illegals, and y'all are still crying about ICE and illegals. Like, you want these people here, but you're crying for Epstein information. You're crying for Epstein information, but you're not supporting the people trying to get these freaking pets out of our country. You're kidding me. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Like, these people don't like us. They don't like us. Trump's not on a flight list. He flies himself. He's not on a list, dude. There's no list. There's news of him being on definitely flying with Epstein from New York to Mar-a-Lago. That's the flight list that Trump has ever been known to be on. Trump has kicked Mar-a-Lago. Just boot the motherfucker, bro. If you got to time him out more than 3 times, then just boot him. Ben, sit in the fucking corner, dummy. What's wrong with you, dude? You can't hang around big boys? Are you a little boy that's in a big man's conversation? Get out of here, dude. No one wants to talk to you. I don't care what side you're on. You're stupid. The guy has another one for $50 too for D1. Trump has pictures of baby people. Does it make your bed? Yeah, bro. Look, dude. Look. We already know who's on the fucking list. And I'm gonna show shit for you. But you already know the people on the list. I think y'all are weird for them. I just do. I think all you libs are fucking weird, dude. Y'all got an obsession over a pedo. I truly believe that. That's what I'm sitting back, watching it, reading your comments. I think you're enjoying this shit. Y'all act like you care. No, I think you're enjoying it. I really, really do, bro. And trust me, if there was any proof of Trump, it would be out. We'd all know about it. That's why they went after him with a porn star, an adult. It's the only proof they got is an adult. Don't forget about when they went after Brett Kavanaugh, said that he did this, and that. Came out to be a lie. The liberals do this all the time. They're sick bastards. This is what they do. They make up scandals. They make up scandals, dude. It's a normal play out of their playbook. That's why I refuse to play any shit today on this show. I'll come back on tonight and play, the bullshit. But I'm going to tell you right now that I refuse to today. I was like, you know what? I refuse 3'11". I don't know what that means. 3'11", Ryan. But I refused to. I was like, you know what? I don't need to do a show with Jeffrey Epstein just because y'all were crying for it. Y'all keep crying. I'll bust more shit out for you, but all you like to do is hear them bitch about Trump. I don't think you give a shit about Epstein. Because that's all it is. When I sit there and play videos and videos and videos, these are all new ones. Like, I will sit there and I will play you every single news source. I do not fucking hold back. I want this stuff exposed. But y'all will find out it's just people hating on Trump with the same old facts. And y'all love that Trump hate. You love it. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it, man. Y'all are views. Y'all, hey, I like both sides. Y'all can hate them all you want. That's why this is a open, that's why this is an open channel. This is not like, I'm not leaning towards Trump. I'm not leaning to, I'm way far from the left, but I sure as hell ain't on the right. Does that make sense to anybody? Can anybody vibe with that? Like, I am not on the left by no stretch of imagination at all, but I am not on the right at all. I just see things as they fucking are, bro. I'll give everybody a fair shot. That's what life's about. You can't be one-sided. That's why I have people like Dell who are on both sides, who is very liberal. I bring him on and I hang out with him, and he's damn near communist. But I give everybody their voice. I listen. Doesn't mean I vibe with it. I got my own opinions, bro. So I don't vibe with half the shit Trump says. I don't vibe with anything the left says at this point. Anything. Honestly, I've been waiting for a good point on the left for a very, very long time. And I don't vibe with anything on the left. That's why I don't like politics. But it's what makes the world go round, unfortunately. That's where we're at with life, is that, people discuss politics now. So, don't come by anymore because he can't be right or speak over everyone. Exactly, yo. Fast Bobby. It is what it is, bro. Hey, but the point is I don't want an echo chamber. I have no problem showing shit that hates on Trump, but I'm also going to show the other side. And then, you know what? I'm sitting in the middle. I'm sitting in the middle going, all right, some of this makes sense. Some of it doesn't. Some of it makes sense on all of it for the most part. Most of the time I'm like, oh, there's a good point. Nah, that's a shitty point. That's a good point on any of the videos. Because there is good points and bad points made on almost all of them. It's like, what do you stand on? What's up, Ghost Samurai? How you doing? Mike, what's good? The Democrats have lost their way. They have no leader except a socialist. Yeah, it seems like they're going so far socialist that it's not even worth fucking with them, man. They're giving themselves no life, dude. Like, they got no more, like, dude, they're fucked. I mean, they're literally damn near at socialism, half of them. And that's why I said I can't stand with the left. They're not even close to where I'm at in life. And then the right are just warmongers. So it's like, dude, I don't like either side. I don't like either fucking side. Fuck them both. We're Americans. We should be able to sit down and say, this is right, this is wrong, this is right, this is wrong. It doesn't have to be like, this is left, this is right, this is no. Right and wrong. It's fucking common sense. Is there a common sense party? What about that? What about motherfuckers just want common fucking sense? Because the real people are so sick and fucking tired of this shit that they don't even want to fucking be involved. The real people are going to probably sit out these elections because they're sick and tired of it all. We need one. Fuck Elon Musk. Let's just do common sense. Hey, dude. Hey, I wish people would use it, man. P-Dog, Monica. I think we can all agree that we don't want a PDF. None of us do. Hell no. We can all agree on that. I'm not going to sit there and deny that, Monica. Of course. I'm not even going to read your comment, bro, because it's in all caps. You should have did that shit not in caps. Sorry, Kim. Don't give the right a bad name. The right turn on their own through partial ignorance. Then they leap to the truth. The damage is done. Hey, man, the right's got bad flaws. I've never liked Lindsey Graham. Never liked him. Never liked him. I've never liked Tim Ryan. I've never liked any of them cats. John McCain. Any of them people. They all suck. They're all like the worst. I don't like them people. I don't want to be associated with them at all in any way, shape, or form. And I don't want to be associated with the other side at all. I don't know where Trump stands in the mix of this. He has to intermingle with these people, even people like Ted Cruz. I can't stand the guy. I can't stand Marco Rubio. I don't know what to say. I like Tom Homan. I like Trump. When he's on, look, Trump's a good speaker. As hell. But, that's where I stand on with that shit. The left is a froyo of corruption. The right is a frost. It seems truth. It seems like both sides are, bro. The fact that you say the right is, but the left is the one that's full of the list. Just ban this bitch, bro. Kim, bye. Bye. Eat a dick. Nah, ban her. She was told no once. We ain't playing this shit. You're out. Strike 3, bitch. Gone. Don't need it. Bye-bye. Everybody say bye to Kim. Kim Marie Cooper. Bye-bye. She's definitely on the left. Unhinged and idiot. I wish I could say the words I want to, but I'm trying to be YouTube friendly. Renata, how you doing? Trying to be YouTube friendly over here. Peace. Oh, you're saying bye-bye to her. Yeah, bye, bitch. Sorry. We don't have to tell you guys more than once. If you can't fucking follow the rules more than once, then fuck y'all. Yeah, I'm taking one. I've been smoking. Y'all see me smoking up. Y'all see me smoking up today. Yeah, fuck Renata, bro. Oh, thanks, Renata. Love you. Love you. Oops, I thought you were leaving. My bad. No, I was saying bye to the chick that I just put in the fucking bye-bye list. I don't need idiots. We got enough idiots coming through here that we don't need more. I'm a firm believer in common sense. That's why I said we need a common sense party. I think a lot of the people that stick around after the show's over and bullshit with me, y'all are the common sense people. We smoke and we make sense of all this bullshit. You know, what's up, Candy? Love you. And we make sense of all this bullshit. I don't consider any of the people I know, besides a couple, really far left. I don't know, besides Dell. Like, there's some, you know, but for the most part, everybody I know is just common sense. Like, nobody likes a pee, right? Nobody likes a chomo. I don't care. If you like a chomo, then fuck you. I don't think any one of us want chomos running around. That's why I voted for Trump. Let's get these chomos the fuck up out of here. You know? Dude, what do you think I've been talking about? I don't know about your AI propaganda, but like, what do you think I've been saying? What do you think I just said for the last 18 minutes, dummy? MD, I think you're you need to stick around and listen more. You talk too much. Drinking a quarter cup of coffee and it's awesome. I got apples and bananas. Nice. Durban sauce. Oh, I love me some Durban. I got my coffee, girl. I got my dude. I got my coffee. We good. We good to go. Johnny, what's up? You got put in timeout, man, because you can't use caps, bro. YouTube's got these stupid ass rules when it comes to the algorithm. And if anybody besides the host and the moderators use caps, then that hurts the algorithm. So we ask people not to do it. If you decide to do it once, that's fine. But if we do tell you to stop anything again, then that's on you, bro. We're not like one of these, like, oh, this is a democracy. Y'all can just act like fucking fools in our chat. We're not them type of people, bro. We ask for respect. But we give it. We let y'all say whatever you want. There's just a handful of things. Y'all should have etiquette. Y'all should know if you enter somebody's shit, how to act, bro. You don't enter someone's house and not take off your shoes. If someone says, please take off your shoes, you take off the fucking shoes. Even if you're like, why? I don't want to. The moderators can, so they can help tell people to hit the like, tell to subscribe, all that shit. It's part of the rules, bro. Come on, Johnny. It's part of the rules, brother. I know who you are. I'm friends with you, bro. I know who you are. And nah, bro, it's not nothing against you. It's the rules. We can't let nobody break them, bro. We run through too many people. You know what I'm saying? Like, legit, we've gone through millions of people this week. If we have millions of people and we let some people get away with it, then everybody's gonna get away with it. And no, it doesn't mess with the algorithm when they do it because I've got them a mod. Yeah, no, moderators and the host are the ones. No, it's cool. It's cool. They weren't bullshitting you. They're not like on some power trip. I don't care. Personally, I don't mind the caps. I wish everybody could type in caps because my eyes are bad and I can barely read the chat sometimes. Eat a couple gummies, smoke, shit gets blurry. I'd rather it be bigger, but that's not what YouTube wants. You know what I'm saying? So I think it's a stupid rule. Like, people, I would let people say way more things. The only thing I really don't like is when people say like the peed all the way through. You know what I'm saying? It's like, bro, Y'all can't be respectful and disguise that shit. Then if you can't do it, if you come in here hot like that, then I'm just going to kick you out because that again fucks up the algorithm. And I don't like seeing that word 1,000 million times a day. That shit becomes fucked up to you, bro. Imagine sitting there and having to see the word pedo I don't know how many fucking times. That shit starts to be mentally draining on you, bro. It gets very draining. You tend to start to get real like fucking like, whoa, bro, fuck that word. Fuck you. You know, people are so fast and easy to use it. And that's a huge accusation to make. And if you're going to use the word like that, you better use it fucking right and have proof. Or don't use it. That's a huge accusation. I mean, that's life-changing just to be accused. Let alone to be, dude, you can never break that. Somebody accuses you of some shit like that, bro. That is never going away, whether you're guilty or not. So for me, I don't give a fuck who it is. Is somebody gonna keep on fucking talking about accusing people of shit that they're not? You better come with receipts. You better be factual. Because if I'm looking at your shit and I see you calling somebody this and I know they're not, or there's no proof, I'm gonna call that you just lying, and I'm gonna delete you. Because we're trying to speak facts up here. We're not sitting here trying to sit here and talk shit. Call people shit you ain't even got no damn proof of. Come on, man. There's way too many real ones to be making ones up or accusing people with but just on a fucking hunch. I mean, really. I'm going to get back. I'll get back on this shit. I don't even care. I still haven't heard any Democrats talking about Hunter Biden at all. And all the effed up stuff he did. Thanks, Johnny, man. Love you, bro. Yeah, I still haven't heard nobody stick up, even say nothing about him, bro, at all. That shit's crazy to me, bro. That he got pardoned. He did all that shit, didn't even have to pay anything. And they want to call Trump, his kids, and him being fucking whatever, being like privileged. Are you kidding me, bro? You're kidding me, right? Damn, never got put in timeout. Ryan ain't playing. I told you he put his mama in timeout if he had to. That's all the old homies. But yeah, no, man. I seen a lot of weird shit with Hunter. Yeah, but he still got off, Brian. He got off, and it was the president's son. The last name was Biden, bro. What you mean? The last name was Biden. If that was fucking Hunter or Donald Trump Jr., y'all would be up his ass, bro. Find a lick of anything on Donald Trump Jr. Please do. Please do, bro. Nothing. Trust me. And y'all did. Y'all would be. He crashed out, bro. Hunter Biden crashed out. He crashed out, y'all. He did. He straight crashed out. He was taking pictures of his shit next to crack rocks in the mirror with little kids and his dead brother's wife, bro. He crashed the fuck out. What's up, hello world? How you doing, man? Yeah, he crashed the fuck out. Yeah, bro. Gets caught with an unregistered pistol as a fucking felon. Doesn't even get in trouble for it. Damn. The Hunter laptop, bro, that shit scarred me. Yeah. That shit scarred me, though, for real. The Hunter laptop scarred me. I saw them pictures, bro. That family is some fucked up people, bro. Between the dad and his sniffing, they like to sniff. Both of them. One sniffs on some yayos, the other one sniffs on kids. God damn. You talk about embarrassing. How do you think we felt about being embarrassed watching the president with a kid with the coke fucking problem still running around doing business for the United States, leaving coke in the White House while the president is hiding in the basement every single fucking time he's in public? He fucking falls, doesn't know his fucking name, can't do a fucking goddamn press conference for the life of him. I'm sorry, God, on this Sunday. Embarrassing? What? Embarrassing? What about that cackling bitch Kamala? She was the worst vice president in the world. She had the lowest ratings as a fucking human being. And somehow they boosted her up to be something special. Y'all, what? Blame people for voting for Trump? What do you... Again, where's the common sense? Where's the fucking common sense, dude? That's why the majority of the country voted for her. I mean, him. You do know how Kamala got... Yeah, Willie Brown. You do know that she sucked an old man's to get her first position at 20-something years old? You do know that, right? You do know she was fucking with like 70-year-old men in her 20s, bro. That's how Kamala got her start in politics. That's disgusting. Headboard Harris, bro. That's what they called her, was Headboard Harris. Sweet Willie Brown. Look his name up. Look him up. He gave her first prosecutor job. He was twice her age. He was making her do all types of shit. Look it up. It's not, I don't sit here and make shit up. I find it hilarious. Her polling number were less than, exactly, Paul. Her polling numbers were less than 1%. No one gave a damn about her. Then all of a sudden, she's the next Barack Obama. She wasn't even black. That was a scandal within its fucking self, dude. And then to act like Trump supporters, who are you supposed to vote for? If Trump supporters didn't go out and vote for Trump, then we'd have that lunatic in the fucking White House. You're fucking kidding me, right? Could you imagine having to hear that bitch's voice for 4 years? I mean, that alone, just her voice is so fucking annoying. To have to hear it for 4 years? And y'all want to bitch at Trump supporters or voters. I wouldn't even say supporters, because a lot of people voted for him because they had no damn choice. You know? Kind of like when the Madam Giselle introduces Melania to Donald Trump. Hey, if that was the case, Brian, but I don't think there's any proof of that either, buddy. All you people do on the left is just throw bullshit out there. Like, you have nothing to stand on, bro. Y'all sound stupid. No, look these nuts up, bro. The fuck you mean? Giselle, introduced Melania. Why do I need to look it up? I covered this shit every single day. You don't think I would have known that shit by now, bro? Come on. I wasn't born yesterday. I've been covering this shit for a grip. I know what the fuck's going on. I'm not stupid. I'm white, have some native Indian, but I don't claim to be Indian. Kamalia is dot Indian, and she said she was black. Yeah, bro. And she's married to an old white Jew. She is. But supports Palestine. How does that work? It doesn't. Did you see her husband? White as fuck, talking about fucking Black Lives Matter, but she's married to an old white man, Jew. That's fucking hilarious to me, bro. I die when I see that shit. When I seen her husband, I wanted to throw the fuck up, bro. Like, disgusted. Like, bald-headed, fat fucking businessman. Like, you would see, like, what? Talk about white. She wasn't black, bro. I said it a long time ago, bro. Like, I wish I could say it now on this stream, but I guess I can't because then it wouldn't be YouTube friendly. Kamala travels to different states and has different. Oh, yeah. And she was smoking blunts to Tupac in college, but that didn't even make sense either. She be lying, bro. She pretends to be black. I was smoking blunts, listening to Tupac. No, you weren't, bitch. You weren't in college when Tupac was in came out. Liar. You just made that shit up. Remember Hillary Clinton bringing the hot sauce? Bringing the hot sauce to the Breakfast Club? They're like, what's something you always have on you? She pulls out a bottle of hot sauce. Like, I always have me some hot sauce. And she sure as fuck changed her accent up. And then you had Joe Biden telling motherfuckers, if you vote for Trump, you ain't black. On the Breakfast Club. None of y'all say no. Talk about Republicans being racist. Is that not racist? That's not fucking racist, bro. Come on. If you vote for Trump, you ain't black. Talking a old white man saying that to black man. That's not racist. Double standards. Double standards. Yeah, Corn Pop. Oh, yeah, Corn Pop was a bad man. He was a bad man. As he's sitting there telling, look, bro, he was gaslighting them kids in that video so bad, the Corn Pop one. If you look into the details of that video, he's sitting there talking about, he's like, well, I've been in Congress back when y'all couldn't even vote. Talking about all them black kids. He's like, but now we're in better time. Like, he literally reminded them that they couldn't vote. That blew my mind. I'm sitting there going, that was racist as hell. That was racist as shit. But apparently, Biden grew up as a black guy. Because Corn Pop was one bad man. That's one of the most classic videos ever, bro. Ever. Literally, that's one of the most classic videos. Anybody ever want to watch a really funny Joe Biden interview? Watch the Corn Pop one. That shit was hilarious. And you want to prove that Trump isn't impeached too? Just watch the dinner with it's like a roast, and it's with Trump and Hillary, and Trump starts roasting all of the emails, talking about all the kids, talking about Bill Clinton. Why was he saying all that stuff? He was roasting the shit out of them on all their little Pete shit. Now, whether they're on the same team, that you could argue with me on that one, but like, he did expose a lot of shit. Really. Go Montel. Yeah, Montel was knocking the bottom out of it before anybody else. Oh my God, dude. Bro, that corn pop shit is amazing to me, dude. I've played that shit a million times on my channel, bro. I've played that shit a million times. He talks about how he had to take a chain and wrap it around him because he was so tough. He was going to go out and take on all the black kids. That's what he was saying, bro. I swear to you, he done lost his effing mind. What the fuck? Wow. I forgot about how the corn pop shit, that's the most made up gangster shit I've ever heard. You can just imagine a gangster named Corn. I know he's gangster. His name is Corn Pop. Corn Pop was a bad man. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. You trying a little too hard, dude. A little too hard. Fuck, dude. That's dude, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. That's why it's so hard for me to even want to even think about the left. And I just don't have that many stories of Trump besides him saying crazy shit. And you got to understand with Trump, as he was in Hollywood, bro. He was a billionaire. He was owning casinos and doing shit before he ever got into politics. I mean, come on. He's going to have a crazier past, you would think. If I owned a casino and I ran a fucking beauty pageant, come on, man. I don't think Trump needs them kids, bro. I think he's got a lot of beautiful women around him without the kids. That don't make no sense. Look at Jill. She's disgusting. Look at Melania. Come on. Y'all are just jealous. I'll smash Melania. Sorry, Donald. But I seen the videos of her with that chick. Bro, that shit was hot, bro. That shit was hot. Y'all ever see the video? Never mind. I won't bring it up out here. But Melania's got my mic was all the way down. It keeps going down. My mic keeps going down. Probably sounds a lot better now. Shit. My mic was like halfway turned down. It just keeps turning down on me. I don't know. There's something going on in my computer where my mic just keeps turning down on me. It's fucked up. Yeah, Sean, if there was anything Trump, bro, it would already been out, bro. For sure. I agree. Everybody knows that, dude. That's why they look, bro. Do you think they would have went after the Stormy Daniels thing if they had any type of kid shit on them? Think about it. That doesn't even make sense. Oh, cool. Thanks, Paul. I'm gonna have my camera fixed, dude. I'll have it fixed by like Tuesday. I just got to get to a specific place to take it back. They would have used it when Biden stole the election. Yep. Not to mention they fucking tried taking him out. And then you got people in this chat coming in talking about they wish that they would have just, bro, gone. Nope. You ain't gonna say that shit. Fuck. Sorry. Can't help it. Sometimes I drop the F word. I need to stop using it as much. But, I mean, damn. Back to Melania. Imagine having bro, she's the best first lady yet. Fuck. Imagine if Hillary would have won. We would have had Bill Clinton as our first lady. That would have been fucked. Imagine the Clintons, both of them, back in the White House, bro. And then what if she would have won? And then just for shits and giggles, put Michael in there as the VP. Now you got Obamas and the Clintons in the White House. That'd be a fucking mess. That'd be a mess, bro. I thought about that shit. Like, bro, if they really were trying to take over, that's what they would do. I don't think the Clintons and the Bidens got along too well. But it could just be a complete shit show. Yeah. I don't know. And then you got, and then you want to still get on the right. You still got the Bushes. Oh, I couldn't stand fucking George Bush. Warmonger, lying, dumbass. He was embarrassing, but he was still better. When you go watch his videos, he was still 20 times better than Biden ever was. And I couldn't stand his ass. Hi, Serenity. How you doing? I don't know if you can. I've timed Ryan out before. I've had to time Ryan out. Ryan's hit the timeout button before, for sure. What a Monopoly. Hell yeah. I don't have the patience to play Monopoly. It takes too fucking long, dude. I love the game, but man, after so long, I lose patience in that game. My shits give little fucks. I don't know. The Obamas learned something from the Clintons. I could tell by the way they cook out. Bro, it's not even that, Johnny. But what about them dumbass charm bracelets that Obama and Biden had with the fucking piece of pizza and the ice cream cone and the hot dog on it? No one ever talks about that. Go look up what that shit means for the CIA. Go look up what that shit means. I'm not even gonna, or the FBI. Go to the FBI.gov and look up what those terms mean. And then people called us conspiracy theorists because we had Pizzagate. Doing good. Just basically getting ready to end this. Been trying to. I want to re-kick it here in a minute. I got to eat. Yeah, exactly, Johnny. Exactly. No one ever talked about that shit. Whenever we'd bring that shit up, Alex Jones even, we'd be conspiracy theorists. You know? And now, do we look like such conspiracy theorists? You know what I'm saying? Come on. Everything that we ever said's coming true. Is true. And now the left's screaming for that damn... They want transparency. Well, there it is for you. We just told you. Me too, bro. I want some damn pizza, Serenity. I'm hungry. It sucked at being pizza because I'm Italian. I like me some fucking pizza. You can't, Obama ordered $50,000 worth of hot dogs to the White House. But wait, the White House doesn't accept outside food. They have their own shift and their cooks. Hey, I wonder how many little kids they ordered that day, too. Do you know the amount when Biden was president and when Obama was president? Did you know the amount of missing kids? And still in D.C., D.C.'s crime is bad. And you heard Trump talking about how he wants to get the crime better in D.C. When it comes to missing children, did you know D.C. has like 10 missing kids that go missing a day? Like off the map a day. It's the most in the whole entire country. And it's the smallest little fucking part of the country. It's just a little district. But that little district has that many kids that goes missing. And when the RNC, so that's why I say the Republicans are just as bad as the left. When the RNC came to Cleveland, do you know what the rate, like the amount of kids that went missing and the amount of trafficking that got caught during that week? It went up like 100-something%. There was people in Toledo that got popped, bunch of pastors that were running a juvenile home or some shit and were trafficking these kids, and it was all to these Republicans, and they got caught. Tons of them. I don't think that's by accident. See you, Serenity. I don't think that was by accident on either side, dude. For real. Bye, Serenity. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, man. So that whole shit, like, bro, like, people don't even understand how deep that rabbit hole goes. Everybody talks so much shit about Alex Jones. Now go watch Alex Jones on Rogan back in the day. And all this shit he talked about is true, bro. It's fucking true. All that shit. It was true. And that's what y'all are crying for the information for. Just go watch the Alex Jones, Joe Rogan podcast from like 4 or 5 years ago. All the answers you need are right there. Boom. You know? Sean, did you see that shit? I know Ryan did, Billy. Who the hell saw that? Who watched Alex? That's one of the best episodes ever. Alex goes through the whole entire list, dude. The whole list. He exposed a lot of the swamp, but it's not even, I think they're all swamp. I think Trump's the swamp too, bro. He's getting rid of the illegals. That's why I voted for him. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do, which is get rid of the illegals. And you can't say that's not living up to his word, because he sure as shit is. And if you know anything about his pause, the first thing that we all wanted, that was the most important, was securing our borders, getting rid of the illegals. And he's done that. That's a promise that was kept, and he did it. Something that Biden clearly lacked, which was Homeland Security, which he didn't give a shit about you, Lively Cuts. The fuck? He didn't give a shit about you. He let these people come in. Take all your resources. And Trump's getting rid of them, and you're mad at him for doing it? Y'all got shit effed up. Y'all got shit effed up, bro. What is with the smoke screen? I don't know, Anonymous, man. I keep wondering what's with it, bro. I keep wondering, why do they keep all of a sudden bringing up Epstein? Why are they bringing up the damn Hi Miss? Why are they bringing up the Russiagate again? What's with the smoke screen? That's the smoke screen. Honestly, that's the smoke screen. It just is. Hey, look at this. You notice that Diddy just slid away when we all seen the videos and seen him beat the fuck out of that chick? All the shit that he did, all the names that were on his list that are current, no one's crying for those names. I haven't even heard nobody say shit about Diddy at all. It's just been an Epstein psyop, and I called it a psyop now because that's what it feels like. I haven't even seen nobody say, but what about Diddy, man? How did he get off? Who did he pay off? And don't say because Trump was fucking protecting him. There was names in there that have nothing to do with Trump at all. Yeah, itty bitty Diddy. Little fucking Tootsie Roll Diddy, bro. Itty bitty fucking Diddy. Yep, exactly, Robert. Russiagate has to be brought up to tie other investigations. We got to go back to go forward if all goes well. Lots of people are good. Yeah. Well, you know, I feel like at this point in time, there's a lot going on. And that Russiagate's just a sidetrack, bro. I mean, I just played video of Israel blasting Syria. That was just from today. So last night while I was sleeping, that happened. It's been going on all week. Yeah, I know. Miss, I know. I mean, they're like literally blowing up Damascus right now. Huh? No shit. Damascus? All right. I'll go a little bit longer. See if I got any coffee left. All right. As soon as this coffee wears off, I'll go. Saw some new video. Diddy's mom said she would sit on his face when he was little to shut him up if you catch my joke. Oh my God. Shut up, Sean. Remember the Diddy macaroni and cheese, bro? The Diddy macaroni and cheese. If y'all don't know, look it up. Look it up. Look up the Diddy mac and cheese. His mom's mac and cheese, bro. Look it up. It's fucked. I can't literally show you it because YouTube would frown upon it because I did before. And they called me unsustainable or something. Unsustainable or some shit. So I can't talk about it, but y'all can look it up. I told you where to go. It's disgusting. Yeah, miss. Freaking gross. Freaking gross, dude. Don't eat the food. Hey, man, go over there. You can't eat the food. You can't touch nothing because everything's been, bro. Do you guys think that Diddy is going to, like, how long do you think he's going to get? Do you think he's going to walk? I do. Or do you guys not give a fuck? Because I don't really care either. Netanyahu got food poisoning. 2 to 4 years. So then with time served, you'll do a year? $18 months. I don't think he'll even do that. I bet he'll get like house arrest or something, man. If he does 18 months, I don't know if he'll live. Unless they just put him in a hole somewhere. But I don't know if he'll live. I don't know if the government wants him to live. Maybe they let him get off, do a little bit of time, boom, you're gone. I don't know. I'm really trying to figure out what's up with that case because there's some weird shit with that case, man. Lots of weird moving parts. Lots of powerful people, too. I was really, really, really hoping LeBron James would get exposed because he was in the court papers. Jay-Z. Nobody ever talked about none of them, dude. The shit that they had to do with Diddy. It was crazy. Yeah. Bro. Look, I thought like the LeBron James story was a crazy one. And then you start thinking about LeBron, people that are from Cleveland, they remember Jay-Z used to go to all of LeBron's games when he was 18, when he was a kid. 17 and 18, he would play for the Cleveland. He'd be at all of his games, him and Beyonce. I wonder if they were grooming LeBron from a kid. I wonder, bro. I don't know. But those were things I wanted to know. But those people let everything get sealed. But what do all those people have in common? They're all left liberal peas. Hey, right, Johnny? LeBron and his little mate. Yeah, it's because he's a Freemason. They had him in a dress. The Jews control him, so do the Chinese. Remember when LeBron got pissed about whatever Trump was saying? I forget what he was saying. Oh, it was because Maury, the Houston Rockets GM, said something about Taiwan, right? In a post, and LeBron threatened to take away all, like, to whatever if he didn't take down the post. Like, he literally was going with China's fucking censorship. And then right after that is when the whole entire biolab came out. It was right after that is when you had the whole shit. Pandemic, boom. All that shit swept under the rug. As usual. But, all right. Yeah, it's almost been a year, so maybe 6 months home lockdown. That's what I was thinking, Sean. Maybe like 6 months home confinement. Maybe like 6 months at best. All right, we're at 4:20. I'm just going to go ahead and end it at this. All y'all come back, watch my other show if you want. And I'll be back through, and I'll chop it up after the next show. Later, y'all. Good talking to y'all. God bless. Have a good Sunday if I don't see you. Peace out, y'all.